Milyen robbanáson volt ez, gec?
The place was called Superla Spa. It was a full-service establishment. Massage tables, salon chairs, mud baths, etc. The explosion went off a little after 3. A squad car was 2 blocks away when the place went up, so the fire department was able to respond within 4 minutes.
Daddy Brass.
Not that it helped.
Menő hang nélküli kis full
Place was
motion
fully
videó.
engulfed by the time they arrived. They were just lucky to keep it contained to just this building.
I didn't know there was a spa down here.
Building's been here since the late 70s, but it's only been a spa since 98. The gentleman in the corner there is Pete Baja. His company owns the Pearl Spa. I took his statement, but you'll want to follow up with him too. Have you two met yet?
Not officially. I'm Sarah Seidel. The team speaks very highly of you. You want to take that interview?
Azt a kurva, milyen Garmin Asus telefonunk van. Azért ez egy upgrade. Szarasíd le.
One mud bath contains a lot more mud than the others. It might just be the way they do it. But the one next to it is filled only up to the line on the side of the tub. That mud is baked solid. We're going to need a way to examine it inside and out, without actually breaking it up and compromising potential evidence. You know, the other day, Catherine was telling me that we have access to an industrial ultrasound device. It sounds perfect for this problem. I'll give her a call.
9G képes mobiltelefon, azaz világ első ilyen készüléke. Csak a CSI agentek kapnak ilyet.
Hi, Pedro Baja. Baja, like Baja California. But call me Pete. Everyone does. Well, almost everyone.
You in charge of this place, Pete?
I'm the CEO of Miel LLC. It's less impressive than it sounds. It's basically a holding company for a few mom-and-pop style businesses that were worth rescuing when the original owners wanted out. The company owns Super La Spa. What's left of it.
Milyen hirtelen pozíciót váltott.
We'll have to notify the claims adjuster when we've released the scene.
Actually, this is kind of embarrassing, but the policy on this place has lapsed.
You let the fire insurance on one of your businesses expire?
It's complicated. We sent them a payment, but they said they didn't get it. Then they wanted us to pay a late fee and raise our premium. I mean, we've done business with them for years, and now they decide to penalize us over a little slip-up?
Ennyi ez Hogy hívják ezt? Insurance fraud.
I have some things I need to take care of. Here's my card, at least until the next board meeting. You can reach me at my office.
Hol a főnök? Annyira durva kinézete van ennek a játéknak, ilyen raff az összes textúra. Ilyen nagyon uncanny. Úgy is mondhatnám, hogy ótvar. Dick.
If this thing was on last night, we could have our ignition source.
Yeah, yeah. Yoink.
It's hard to tell what this was. Not much left of it. Judging from the charring in the inside of
Cupcake.
the oven, it was in there for long enough to catch fire. It's almost like a timed fuse. That could indicate arson, but we'll need a lot more evidence to prove it.
Now we're living in the future.
Ajaj.
I'm still waiting for my flying car, but seeing through walls isn't too shabby.
I have a
Shabby.
rough idea, but remind me again how the device works.
Just turn it on and point the wand at whatever you want to scan. The sound waves it emits penetrate at different speeds depending on the density of the material.
And the onboard computer translates that into a picture, is that right?
You got it. I don't think I need to tell you to be careful with it, but be careful with it.
Úristeget, hogy néz ki ez a nő. Az a poén, hogy konkrétan ezek a karaktermodellek full úgy néznek ki, mintha izék lennének, ilyen szimek. Sőt, állítom, hogy a Sims 4-be, ha bezoomolsz egy karakterrel,
Does that look like a human
szebben
body
néz
to
ki.
you? It looks like we have a victim after all. I'll call Doc Robbins for a pickup.
Blinky
Cleaning
Bill.
her off is just the first
Oh,
step.
pici.
This is going to take a while. I'll give you a call when I have something for you.
Let's head back to the crime scene. See what else we can turn up.
Átalakult a dologgá. Mi? Mik ezek? Ez már tényleg a jövő. Már kiírja, hogy mik vannak. Nem csinálnak ebből folytatásokat. Kassza siker lenne. Hát itt mi a faszomat csináljunk? Most tudom, hogy mit kell nézni. Annyira ott volt.
We can't just pick that up.
Nem tudom, hogy ez itt mi lehet.
What makes you think there would be latent fluids there?
Igen.
How it's burned away from its frame. Drywall is usually fire resistant. Those holes could be there to let more air fan the fire and get to that wooden frame underneath.
Ez az, bazd
So
meg.
far, that's two things that point to arson. We'll need more evidence to be sure.
Lazy-eyed bastard. Milyen comically large. Kettes táblát raktak oda.
We should take samples of soot from all around this place to see if we can find traces of an accelerant.
Korom. Ez mi itt? Olyan, mint valami nagy, ilyen light panel, az meg úgy világít. Gateway to Heaven. Dick. Láttad, hogy felvibrált?
I think if we can get one more sample of soot after this one, we'll have enough.
Hát amúgy nem mondom, az kell is, hogy itt felvibráljanak dolgok, mert nagyon ocsmány ez a játék az előbbiekhez képest. Ebből a szempontból. Tehát ez a bezoomolt fel, ez nagyon ótvarul néz nálam ki.
We've gathered soot from all over this place. Should be enough.
Suit House.
We can't just pick that up.
Why?
We can't just pick that up.
Ezt is ki kell önteni, vagy mi a fasz van?
Look at the crimping along the edges of the split gas line. I'd say it was cut.
Ez nem valami kábel nyeső.
That's the third sign of possible arson we found. I'm almost convinced.
Jó van. Az úgy valami csője. Las Venturas.
Looks like Mr. Baja isn't here, but we could always knock.
A barber.
No answer.
Úristen, ez a mozgás kultúra.
No answer.
Ez egyébként az a vicces, hogy egy kicsit feljebb nyújtózkodna, belátna.
No answer.
Jaj, szara. Let's go to the motherfucking lamp! Amik vannak itt, hello. Let me see. Mi a tökömet talált ezen, ami nem új lenyomat? Wow.
It was nice of Mr. Baja to give us his fingerprint like that.
Pincsi cupcake, nyomi. Úristen. God damn. A Trend Micro. Ó, geci. Gyors leírtotta a vírusokat a izéről. Rendőrségi számolóról.
There's quite a bit of carbon from where it burned. But there's also wheat flour, tapioca starch, and sodium carboxymethylcellulose. What
Pont
I'm
tudom, az
not
mi?
seeing are any animal proteins. You know what? I think this is a vegan pastry of some kind. A muffin from the size of it.
Gratulálok, detektív. Hatalmas játékfejlesztés volt, hogy itt most már nem fekete csikok vannak, hanem szürkék.
It's mostly carbon, but there are traces of volcanic minerals and acetone. The mud at the spa is made of volcanic ash, but the acetone is an anomaly. Acetone is sometimes used as an accelerant. We should test the rest of the soot we've collected. The soot from the break room contains carbon, acetone, and T-butyl mercaptan. That's the odorant they use in natural gas. That's the second sample of soot to contain acetone. Let's keep analyzing the soot samples we've collected. I think we're onto something.
Aceton, bazzak. Hogy kerül aceton?
Lots of carbon, some acetone, and trace amounts of T-butyl mercaptan. We have acetone, a known accelerant, in samples of soot taken from every room in the spa. We've got a gas leak that looks to be the result of tampering. The drywall here has been ventilated to get around its natural fireproofing. And then there's this acetone residue over every inch of the place.
Úgy?
Throw a muffin in the toaster oven at 450 degrees. Then just leave it in there without setting the timer. Sounds like a recipe for arson.
Hey there, it's Dr. Robbins. Just wanted to let you know I've completed the autopsy on your burn victim.
Swipe right to Blinky. Aceton, bazzeg. Jaj, csóró. Hogy nézi?
Hey, Doc, we got your call.
All right, let's begin.
Meg a hajának se.
Well, her bikini probably left no room for imagination, nor an ID, but I did collect her fingerprints and DNA for you. Take a look at the third-degree burns on your victim's hands and face. You can probably tell that they were above the surface of the mud during the initial explosion and subsequent fire. In addition to the burns to her skin, she suffered thermal injury to her upper airway. She inhaled a substantial amount of smoke and hot gases from the fire. Carboxyhemoglobin levels in her blood exceeded 73%. Cause of death was suffocation due to carbon monoxide poisoning. In a fire that intense,
le van okádva szakálla az a durva.
would spike rapidly. She probably fell unconscious pretty quick. Most likely, she slipped under the mud after losing consciousness.
De itt most már pislog. Előző részekben nem pislogott. Mondjuk most is elég jól bírja. Blink! motherfucker!
Time of death is going to be difficult to determine, even without the
Ja,
fire.
igen.
The initial temperature of the mud bath complicates my ability to offer an accurate estimate. I was
Most
able to
pislogod.
extract samples of the vitreous humor from
Akkor
both
beszél, akkor
eyes.
pislog. De amúgy nem.
Potassium accumulation in the tissue indicates time of death between 3 and 4 a.m.
That's consistent with when the fire started.
Mm.
Not exactly, but take a look at this bruising on her arm. Does that look like a handprint to you?
Yeah. Looks like someone grabbed her pretty hard.
From the coloration of the bruising, I'd say it occurred at least 6 to 12 hours prior to death. I certainly find no indication she was lying in that mud over a prolonged period of time.
We need to get a photo of those bruises. My camera's memory card is full. You mind documenting this one?
I'll wait.
Olyan sok glamour-shotot fényképezett azon a thermal spa szájton, hogy megtelt a memóriakártyája. Hát kicsit soha szemágában nem lett volna kitalálni, hogy ez egy kibaszott handprint.
Nice composition.
Nagyon komoly komp. Úristen. Blinky Bill.
Maybe. Your victim had advanced mesothelioma. It's a type of cancer that attacks the lining of the vital organs.
Shit.
It's thought to be caused most often by exposure to asbestos. It looks as though it was an ongoing problem for her. I discovered indications of a pleurectomy, the removal of the outermost lining of the lungs. From the scar tissue, that surgery probably took place a few years ago. She may have thought she was out of the woods. Unfortunately, I found an active malignancy in her pericardium, the lining of her heart. She didn't have long to live.
Fasza.
Well, the pleurectomy obviously suggests at one point she knew she had cancer. But there's no way to know whether she was aware it had recently metastasized to her heart. I ran an expanded tox screen. She hadn't been taking any cancer medications, and I didn't find any tissue damage from possible radiation treatments. I did, however, find evidence of a persistent, dare I say, habitual use of cannabis. You know, a Harvard Medical School study concluded
The
that
devil's
one of
lettuce.
the active chemicals in marijuana, THC, may in fact inhibit the growth of certain tumor classifications, even though it says right there in the press release that the growth of some other tumors might actually be accelerated by THC. A man hears what he wants to hear and disregards the rest, right? So now the idea that weed cures cancer is spreading far and wide.
Devil's lettuce.
Anytime.
De cinnabas. That marijuana. Mario Guana. Ezzel nem tudom mit csinálni, ezzel se. Tenkárdal se, DNS-sel se. Hát, ránézünk azért a DNA-re, hát ha kiderül, hogy ki az áldozatunk. Legkomolyabb minigame.
She's not in CODIS.
Van. Sokáig tartott. Milyen komoly Asus rigek vannak itt. Trend mikro, Asus monitor, Asus gép. Nem tudom mi, ez már lehet ez a régi gép, csak állványnak van már csak használva. Fú, baszki. Komputer analízis. Mik vannak, keci?
Our victim is not an APHIS. Our Jane Doe doesn't seem to be in the system. Maybe Pete Baja knows her.
Shit. Komoly kis rendszeretek van, lófasz sincs benne. Már bocs, hogy ezt mondom, de ez undorító. Disappointed Sarah Siddle. Már máshogy kopog, úgyhogy már tuti itthon van.
Oh, hey you two. I just got back. What do you need?
Beszeretném ellenőrizni a háttérbe azt a Big Mouth Billy Bass-t a falon.
We found an unidentified female victim in one of the mud baths at the spa.
Oh my god. Portia. No.
Portia!
Larson, she's the manager at the spa. She's the only other one with a key. Just the thought that she might have been in there when it went up. I'm sorry. It's just horrible.
We can't be sure who she is until we get a positive identification.
Of course. Let me lock up here.
Csávó veszedelmes.
Portia. No. What are you doing in there?
Actually, we were hoping you could help us shed some light on that. Would you mind answering a few more questions?
Sure.
Daddy Brass. Mi a testbeszéd? Nézzük.
Had she mentioned any kind of health problems or filed any sort of complaint against your company?
No, nothing like that. Why?
She had mesothelioma, a type of cancer caused by asbestos.
Oh, that's horrible, but what does it have to do with my company? I don't know anything about any asbestos.
Miért nincs itt az azbesztes suit sample? Vagy ez nem abba volt? Wait a minute.
I told you, I don't know anything about asbestos or where she might have run into it.
Stay put, bitch. Honnan volt azbestunk? Valamelyik koromba volt azbest, nem? Vagy nem? Fú, bazd meg. Vagy nem volt azbest egyikbe se csak? Ó, Istenem. Kicsit megcsúszott az agyam ezen az azbestos dolgom.
In a fire that intense, carbon monoxide levels would spike rapidly. She probably fell unconscious pretty quick.
Úgy eltűnt.
We've got a gas leak that looks to be the result of tampering. The drywall here's been ventilated to get around its natural fireproofing. And then there's this acetone residue over every inch of the place. Throw a muffin in the toaster oven at 450 degrees.
Nem tud a izéről.
Sounds like a recipe for arson.
Szembe jutott, de nem tudhat tényleg a azbestról még a csávó. Mert ugye ténylegesen azt hiszem bizonyítékunk nincsen az azbestre. Fuck off.
Think back. Did she ever seem unusually angry or depressed?
Well, we weren't exactly close, but I got the feeling she was in a troubled relationship. Little things here and there, really.
Such as?
Little
One
things,
Friday, I
little
asked her if she
things.
had any fun plans for the weekend. Not really, she said. Just hanging out with the boyfriend. She said it like it was a root canal or something.
Útkanál, geci.
It wasn't just that. I think he hit her.
Why do you think that he hit her?
Well, Portia always seemed to like showing off her body. I even had to ask her once to wear more than just her bikini to work. But one week, a while back, I can't remember exactly when, she wore long-sleeve shirts every day, and she seemed depressed. When I asked her about it, she gave me some lame excuse about needing to do laundry. But when she thought I wasn't looking, I saw her rub her arm and wince.
Hát csak mondta, hogy little things, aztán adta magát. Ha nem hallgatnám meg, akkor ez járna a fejembe végig.
Well, Portia was a very private person. I know almost nothing about her boyfriend, except what I was able to infer.
Was the spa making money?
Sure. I mean, it can always get better, right? But it was profitable.
Is there anyone you can think of who might have had a reason to start the fire at the spa?
No. I mean, who blows up a spa?
Someone who likes explosions. Jesus.
She's not in the phone book. I looked.
Oh, yes, I know.
Nincs benne a
Let me write it
telefonkönyvben.
down for you. I never got the chance to visit her. Here you go. So, I hate to ask, but is that everything you need from me right now? I have to come up with something to tell the board about why I let the insurance run out. And I can't really focus on that while I'm here.
I think we have what we need for now. You'll be at the barber shop if we need you?
I may have some errands to run, but I will be there for some time today, for sure. I told you, I don't know anything about his
Ráklikkelek
business or
azért
where she
arra a
might
koromra.
get into it. Sorry, but I really don't understand. what you
Picsába,
mean by
akkor az nem az a korom volt.
Sorry. You might be getting a little ahead of the evidence.
Don't judge me, bitch. Azt a... Lőd!
Las Vegas Crime Lab, drop the weapon now!
Driver's license says Brian Reed. You mind telling us why you were in Portia Weissman's apartment, Mr. Reed?
It's my girlfriend's apartment. Well, ex-girlfriend is a
Oh, man.
Do you break into all your ex-girlfriends' apartments?
What? No, I didn't break in. I have a key.
Come on, the door was bashed open and you were standing there with a sledgehammer.
The door was busted in when I got there, so I grabbed the tool just in case the guy who broke in was still hanging around. Hey, just call Portia. She's angry with me, but she'll back me up.
Sa. Bérletem van, de a bátyám, a Sanyi az én kabátomba ment el reggel, és ott van a bérlet a zsebében a jeggyel.
A fire? Oh, God. Is she okay?
Unfortunately, Miss Weissman never made it out of the mud bath.
You mean it can't be.
Mr. Reed, we're sorry for your loss.
A fire.
Fire. A fire.
So were you tying up loose ends after you torched the spa?
That's crazy.
Nail him to the
only
wall.
Loose ends I was tying up were my toothbrush and an extra pair of underwear. And now you tell me she's gone and you're acting like I had something to do with it?
Mr. Reed, Brian, we have no evidence implicating you right now. And we know it must be a shock to hear about Portia. We need your help to figure out what happened to her. I hope you can understand why we want to know the reason you were standing there with that thing.
Sure, yeah, I can see how it looks. But really, it's just like I told you. I stopped by to pick up my stuff, yeah, including the hammer, and the door was broken open. I grabbed the tool for protection on the way inside. It was just inside the door. I wasn't there for more than a minute before you two showed up.
You mentioned that as of yesterday, you and Portia were no longer together. Was this a mutual decision? Or did Portia break up with you?
No, I broke it off with her. Her drug problem was getting in the way. Weed. She knew I couldn't. She knew I had a
The
problem with it,
weeds.
but she kept putting it in my face. But maybe she'd still be alive. Oh, God.
Did you hit her?
Hit her? No, absolutely not. I would never hurt her.
Come on, Brian, I get it. She got a little out of line, right? So you had to shake a little sense into her.
The
It
weeds.
wasn't like that. She just, liked it a little rough sometimes. Look, it's not really my
Az
kind of
best
thing, but
azt.
she made it worth my while.
Neki ez a coping mechanizmusa. Csak amíg a fűtől kicsit lenyugszol, addig mi a faszomtól, azbeszttal, acetonnal meg agresszívé válsz.
Cancer patients are sometimes prescribed medicinal marijuana to help them cope with the side effects of treatment.
Cancer? Well, that may have started a habit, but her cancer's been in remission for years.
The autopsy found mesothelioma in the lining of her heart. She didn't have long.
But she never told... I didn't know. She never told me.
Can anyone verify your location between the hours of 3 and 4 a.m.?
I don't think so, no. I was at home hanging out with my buddy Jack for most of the night. But by then, Jack was gone, and I was pretty much passed out on my couch.
Can your buddy
Jacked
Jack
off.
confirm your story?
Well, I try not to ask the bottle too many questions. People look at me funny.
What?
What do you do for a living, Brian?
Living? I'm kind of between jobs right now. I'm looking for something in construction, but I'm not having a lot of luck. I do have a couple of leads, though, so ask me in a week, maybe.
We might have some more questions for you soon. Would you mind waiting?
I might as well. You probably won't get much out of me once I have a chance to start drinking.
Jim, could you do a background check on
Jesus
Brian
fuck.
Reed?
I called it in on the way over. I'll let you know what turns up.
Let's head back to Portia Weissman's apartment. Maybe there's some evidence there that can link the break-in to the fire.
It's shit!
We need to find a shoe that matches this impression. It's made out of some kind of dirt. We should get a sample.
It's shit. Hmm.
This isn't just a hammer. It looks like something off a fire truck.
Hey, I ran a background on Brian Reed. Turns out that up until last week, he was a captain with the Las Vegas Fire Department.
Azért az
The
kemény.
battalion chief told me Reed had a mixed service record, multiple commendations for bravery, but the guy was also on probation for insubordination. Well, when Reed failed a random drug test last week for the use of cannabis,
This reminds me. The notorious serial arsonist John Leonard Orr was both a fire captain and an arson investigator.
Legjobb.
Storing something in the broiler pan. Guess it's a little late to warn Portia about the fire hazard.
Fire hazard! Ez kurva szép,
Dates
úristen.
and dollar amounts. It looks like a record of the spa's finances.
Wow. Úristen. Az komoly.
A black hair pulled out at the root. Portia was a blonde, and Brian Reed has red hair. Someone else was here.
Red hair. Hogy néz ki? Hú, az... Tényleg van egy olyan érzésem, mint hogyha erre a játékra valami kevesebb pénz jutott volna. Az a... Mi a faszom? Dollársztóros gyöngy függöny.
But some are circular, just like the holes in the drywall at the spa.
Ez a szar, mit van? Ez gusztustalan. Nyűszkös gyöngyfüggöny. Hogy néz ki? Csak itt meg van animálva, itt 3D-s modell, ott meg csak egy ilyen 2D-s.
The case is open, and the hard drive is missing.
Damn. Milyen gigantikus Asus felirat van azon a monitorom. A gamer setup. Hey, szasz. Ez a galéria amúgy így kinda tök funky, meg hangulatos, meg minden, de gondolj bele abba, hogy este rád ide pisálhatnék full kóvással. És le kell básszod bazzeg egy ilyen meredek létrám. Meg ennyi hely. Hát ez az. Ez nagyon interesting. Interesting volt. Ez mi ez a szöveg? Engem érdekel ez a szöveg. Meg ez a serial márka is amúgy. De nem lehet rámenni. It's come! Ez elképesztő ocsmány, ez a cucc. Slowly he turned. Go back to the fucking lab. Wow. Nem lehet... Mi ez? Úristen, miért néz ki ez ilyen szarul? Ez brutál, get. Hogy lehet ennyire lore ez valami? Az előző játékok jobban néztek ki, bazd meg. Ne zaklassá telefonom. Grat. Macroscopic comparison.
Brian Reed's Denver tool is a match to the markings on Portia Weissman's door.
Denver tool, wow.
The axe head matches the thin slashes, and the hammer side matches the bigger holes. This tool, or one very similar to it, was used to ventilate the drywall at the spa.
I'll meet you down there.
Pitch down there.
Mr. Reed. Or should I call you Captain Reed?
Not anymore. I'm
Captain.
no longer with the Las Vegas Fire Department.
I bet you've seen a lot of buildings burn, and I bet you know a lot of ways to light them up.
You know something, buddy? You are way the hell out of line. I devoted my life to jumping into the flames and saving people. And I lost friends in those buildings I've seen burn. So for you to sit there and insinuate that I may be an arsonist is the most offensive thing anyone has ever said to me. And Portia? You think I set Portia on fire? I mean, I don't know what kind of animals you people have to deal with, but that's not me.
Being a firefighter was obviously very important to you, so it must have hurt to lose that.
Yeah, well, they were just looking for an excuse. I was actually trying to keep my head down.
You were on probation.
It was a tenement fire in the Alphabets. Battalion chief thought the place was coming down. Ordered me not to go back in. You'd think I might earn a little slack for telling the boss to piss off, but let me save a room full of kids. And again, if I'd stopped at piss off, maybe I would've.
Annyira hot volt, hogy ő volt a Ignite, nem pedig a arra égetett Muffin.
Wasn't Portia the one with the drug problem?
Yeah, it was her problem, and she's the reason I got fired. Portia made pot brownies. Now, she says she didn't dose me intentionally, but she did leave the damn things right where I would find them, and she didn't tell me what they were. I ate 3 of them. I could barely get out of bed for like a day and a half. I don't know how anyone can stand that stuff. And then, as if that wasn't bad enough, Happy Monday! Go pee in a cup! I dumped her
The devil's
because she
lettuce
got me
got
fired
him.
from a job I loved.
It's a firefighting tool, isn't it?
It's called a Denver tool. Firefighters use it for getting into and out of places.
Places like apartments?
Only if they're on fire.
We think you used your Denver tool to break Portia's door in.
I told you I got a key. Look, take it if you need it.
Adjad csak ide azért ezt a szart.
You see those marks? They line up perfectly with your Denver tool.
Mine or anybody else's. Even if it was a Denver tool, no firefighter did that. If I really wanted to bring that door down, I'd pry the hinges off. The last thing I'd do is hack at it like a maniac.
The fire was set by someone with the knowledge to burn that building to the ground.
I don't care what you say. I would never start a fire.
I'm a fire starter! Twisted fire starter!
The drywall at the spa was ventilated with a Denver tool.
Well, it wasn't my Denver tool. Anybody can buy one on the internet. Even Portia had one.
Why did Portia have a Denver tool?
She took mine. She wanted it for protection. Said it creeped her out to be alone in that place all day.
By that place, do you mean the spa?
Yeah, she had hers at the spa.
You know something? You're right. There are a lot of other Denver tools floating around out there. But in this case, I really only think there's one I need to worry about. And it belongs to you. You followed Portia
Daddy.
to the spa. And when she was nice and relaxed in her bath, you torched the place. And then you went back to her apartment to get your things, and a few of her things too. And then you tried to disappear. I bet you figured, hey, if it looks like a break-in, then no one will suspect the boyfriend who's already got a key to the place. And that might have worked for you too. But you forgot to light a fire under yourself. You were still standing right there when we rolled up.
Captain, I respect the police. I really do. I know what it's like to go out there every day and put it all on the line. And I know you're just doing your job. But if you can look me straight in the eye and really hear what I'm saying to you, and yet still believe that I could do this to Portia, then I feel very, very sorry for you, because you're not qualified to carry that badge. Now, are you really gonna arrest me, or what?
No, we're not going to arrest you, Brian. But we'd appreciate if you could hold tight here for a while.
All right, I will. For now. And like I said, I'm happy to answer your questions, but no more finger-pointing, or I'm done.
We understand. Thank you.
Come on.
You said that Portia spent hours alone at the spa. How often did she do that?
Just about every day. You know, there were times I started to believe that place might be some sort of front.
A front?
Yeah, you know, for
Money laundering, yes, yes.
Portia was convinced, and she was keeping her own records. She told me that place wasn't making a dime.
Did anyone else know Portia was keeping financial records?
I think she might have mentioned it to a boss, which seemed like the wrong guy to talk to about it, but she trusted him. At least she did. But after she talked to him, she got all paranoid. Ended up hiding all the papers in the broiler drawer. I thought she was just high. Hey, you guys looking at him for this?
Thanks for sticking around.
No problem. I'll be waiting.
That fucking guy. Better boxer. Claims Porsche was into rough sex. Kurva jó. Oh, that's rough. Beszéljünk azzal a bóccal. Evidence, locations. Also kéne találnunk még egy... Mi a tököm ez itt? Kéne találnunk még egy... Denver túlt.
Hi.
A spába.
Sorry, I was shaving. Cut myself. What can I do for you?
You fucking idiot.
Portia Weissman owned a firefighting tool. She kept it at the spa for security. Have you seen it?
No. She had some kind of weapon at the spa? Well, that's totally against company policy.
We'll be back.
Looking forward to it.
Good catch. That should contain a workable sample of his DNA.
Thanks for the DNA, bozo. Swoop.
Pete Baja's DNA, ready for processing.
Back to the motherfucking lab. Beep, 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 beep. That's the motherfucking daddy.
Pete Baja was in Portia Weissman's apartment, even though he told us he'd never been there.
Weasley
You have
little
the arson
liar.
case.
Oh my god.
Is your decorated fireman still the prime suspect?
I'm not so sure now. He's got an answer for everything. And what I thought was the best evidence we had against him, his firefighting tool, well, it doesn't actually provide us with anything conclusive. On top of that, the spa's owner, Pete Baja, lied to us about never visiting the victim's apartment.
All right. Well, talk to Brass. See if he can help you take a closer look at this, Mr. Baja.
All right. You're down here already. I was just gonna call you. This is Special Agent Gene Huntby of the FBI.
Oh
See if your
god.
case may be crossing into his jurisdiction. Agent Huntby, why don't I let you explain the situation to them?
Thank you, Captain Brass. It's my understanding your prime suspect in the arson fire at the Super La Spa is Pedro Baja. Is my information correct?
We're looking at him for the arson and a homicide. A young woman by the name of Portia Weissman died in the fire.
Is that right? Well, let me explain why I'm here. Are you familiar with La Reina de la Colmena? Unfortunately, as a member of law enforcement, you should be. In Spanish, it means the Queen of the Hive, and it's the alias for a woman named Beatriz Salazar, now the most dangerous drug lord in Mexico. We believe Pedro Baja was in her employ.
Okay. So is this the part where you tell us to back off Mr. Baja and let you do your job?
No, Ms. Seidel, not at all. I want you to get your man. I want you to get him so bad he'll have no
Úgy
choice
nézett
but
ki a
to get us.
szöreget.
You see, in the entire
Sorry.
universe of La Reina de la Colmena's drug trafficking operation, Baja's just a satellite, a small-time money launderer through those little shops of his. But for some reason, we have him on wiretaps in direct communication with Salazar. The taps themselves are useless because Baja and Salazar communicate in code, referring to things like family, weather, whatever. But why she's talking to him directly instead of through an intermediary, I have no idea. But it's that direct connection that means, if we can bring down Baja, then we have our best shot yet at taking down the Queen of the Hive herself.
Agent Huntby has requested the opportunity to keep tabs on us for a while, and run this one as a joint jurisdiction.
You do your thing, I'll do mine.
Fuck off. Ja, amúgy Catherine nagyon durva. Meg ilyen nagyon ilyen, hogy hívják, ilyen clef lipje van. Tehát most már ténylegesen úgy néz ki a szája, mint ahogy beszél is, ez a... De mondjuk az alapból nagyon brutálisan is néz ki. Mutatok róla mindjárt képet. Marge Helgenberger. Atyavilág. Nagyon veszett. Én nem akarok sémelni senkit, meg semmit, de that's not a pleasant thing to look at. Még itt azt mondom, hogy kicsit fiatalabban korrekt, de hát szerintem ez a sok plastika, ez nem tett jót ennek a nőnek. Na, nem egy. This fucking guy. I hate him already.
Based on what evidence? I was there when Baja said he'd never been in Portia Weitzman's apartment. His DNA in that apartment will get you your warrant. Mr. Baja, Las Vegas police, open up.
Daddy's coming with the V-Buck.
Looks like he's not here. Guess we'll have to execute the warrant without him.
Ah, hogy kézé mackózta a faszi.
Score one for the lockpick gun. Always cleaner than breaking out the battering ram.
Úristen. Mi volt? Mi történt? Belelógott a lába a szarba? Ja, erre a barom arcra gondolsz? Azt csak úgy nézem ki. A vágat miatt olyan, mint hogyha pont az lenne, de nem. Ez a document holdernek van ilyen kivágása elő, de kajak úgy néz ki amúgy. Ja, abszolút nem lennék meglepve. Világ legkényelmetlenebb gépelési pozíciójában gépel a Daddy Press. Menjünk vissza ez a barbershophoz, meg akarom baszkurálni ezt a Big Mouth Billy Best a falon. Nem lehet. Sedge. Na. Whoop.
I wonder why they need so much acetone. Place is a little too masculine for manicures.
I mean, yeah. Nem kell itt sztereotipizálni. Szaraszidl. De ez valóban még az idő volt, amikor ez nem volt annyira. Hoppá, geci. Whoop.
Looks just like the tool we got from Reed.
Let me check. Ha. Teljesen random jelleggel kell itt használni ezeket a fingerprintelő kisegítő eszközöket. Ott van rajta a dzsuval, ne viccelj már. Ezt nem engedi? Úristen! Mi a tököm ez? Higító. Meg ragasztót el lehet vele távolítani. Ez intakt, ez hozzá se nyúltak, soha. Sís! Úristen!
These tax forms claim that Superla Spa was highly profitable. It looks like an empty financial or legal portfolio with the spa's logo on it. Those records we found in the Vic's oven are just the kind you'd keep in a binder like this.
Ki lett lopikálva.
Vegan blueberry muffins. They look almost edible and flammable.
Flammable. Ha? Winchester.
Look at that. The hard disk isn't screwed in. It might just be new, but the VIX PC was missing a hard drive. We can figure it out back at the lab.
Don't be so naive, Sarah. Konzorgókem. Mary's Smar. Mary's Marvelous Blueberries. Fat free. Hogy lehet valami ennyire gusztustalan?
I would expect that to be Pete Baja's fingerprint, since we found the ledger in his office.
Forduljál már gyorsabban. Úgy.
You can tell a lot about a person from the kind of shoes they wear. You can tell a lot more if you forensically examine their shoes.
Ez jó. Ezt megjegyzem.
It's a match.
Swipe right. Mi van még itt? Shitprint.
Looks like some kind of dried mud.
It's shit! Uh-oh, it's not the same. Boiler room. Nem boiler room. What the fuck? What the fuck am I doing?
It's almost pure acetone. No fragrances, no dye. Very few impurities at all.
Miért nem tudok ezzel semmit csinálni? Minek van itt akkor?
It's a vegan blueberry muffin, just like it said on the package. Factor out the carbon, and the muffin that helped ignite the fire is identical to the ones we found in Baja's office.
Nem? Még itt nézelődünk egy kicsit.
It's largely made up of feldspar, clinopyroxene, and acetone. The minerals are found in volcanic ash, which is what they used to make the mud for the baths. And acetone was the accelerant used at the spa.
Uh-oh. The plot thickens. Okay. Peteboxos fingerprint. Ez sehova sem megy, úgyhogy nem.
Portia Weissman used this tool. It might be the one Brian Reed told us she was keeping at the spa.
Maybe. Ez is a Porsche. What the fuck? Tudjuk, hogy belenyúlkált.
It wasn't Baja's fingerprint, but why would he have a ledger with Portia's prints on it?
Kivett belőle? Duh.
What's this? Trend Micro Internet Security Pro has detected a virus. Repair. Looks like someone's been practicing unsafe surfing. Okay.
Mekkora kibaszott product placement.
Cat pictures, puzzle games, and Portia Weissman's monthly household budget. Looks like we found the drive that was missing from the computer in the loft.
Mi ez?
I don't think we're going to pull any prints off of that.
Mi ez? Akkor mit? Ah. Ugh.
We can't just pick that up.
De akkor mi ez?
What makes you think there would be latent fluids there?
Shut the fuck up!
That's not going to work.
De akkor mi fog működni? Ah, gondoltam, hogy van rajta, bazd meg új lenyom.
Just where someone would hold a shoe when putting it on.
F. Te baksa. Rábaksztál.
Based on the placement of Baja's fingerprint, those have got to be his shoes. The shoes tie Pete Baja to the spot just prior to the explosion. I think we may have enough to nail Baja for starting the fire. His shoes put him in the spa sometime after the acetone was dumped. He'd picked up quantities of both the accelerant and the spa mud. The hair placed Baja in Portia's apartment, but the footprint puts him there sometime after visiting the spa.
Boom. Elképesztő.
Each side of the tool matches one of the distinct shapes ventilating the spa's drywall. Brian Reed's Denver tool is just as likely to have been used to help spread the fire as the tool we recovered from the barber shop.
Yes. Exactly. Már megbeszéltük.
The tool from the barber shop could have been used to break into Portia's apartment. Portia kept her Denver tool at the spa, right where Pete Baja could have easily taken it. Okay, I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened.
Uh-oh.
Baja was laundering money, and when Portia confronted him about it, he panicked. Then he decided to rig the spa to explode. Portia probably showed up after Pete was gone. Doc Robbins said she had marijuana in her system, so she might not have noticed the acetone. While she was there burning to death, Baja was at her apartment looking for the record she was keeping. With what we have now, an arrest warrant won't be a problem. Let's go talk to Brass.
Good, you're all here.
What's going on, Captain Brass? What's so sensitive you couldn't discuss it over the phone?
We have a visitor. Miss Beatriz Salazar.
Lol.
Serious? She's here?
The Queen of the Hive herself just walked in and asked to talk to the CSIs in charge of the Pedro Baja case.
Do you mind if I sit in on this one, Captain Brass?
Be my guest, you can even take my seat. I'll hang back and watch from the viewing room.
Sheesh. Jesus fuck.
Hello, Ms. Salazar. My name is Special Agent...
Gene Huntby. I know who you are. But these two, I am unfamiliar with. I shall presume you are the ones persecuting my poor, clumsy Pedrocito.
We're not persecuting anyone. The evidence speaks for itself, ma'am.
She.
Usually when someone wants to talk to us in this room, they want to confess. So, is there something you'd like to get off your chest, Miss Salazar?
You think you're very clever, don't you? Perhaps I know you better than I thought, but I'm here for Pedro. He is family.
Family, huh? You know, I might actually be moved by that if you weren't still the primary suspect in the execution murder of your first husband.
My husband's murderer remains at large, Agent Huntby. Pedro is from Ayapa, my village in Mexico. He graduated from the school I built for them and prayed in the church I gave them. Pedro's family, all three of his sisters, they live in the house I provide. So as you can see, I have a significant investment in the future and well-being of this young man.
Sorry about your investment, but like I said, the evidence speaks for itself. And it never lies.
What precisely is this evidence saying to you?
We're not at liberty to discuss the specifics of an ongoing investigation.
Very well, I understand. My heart breaks for Pedro. He always tried so very hard to please me. Sometimes a man is called upon to be more than he has been in the past. Sometimes he fails.
Operations the size of this one, they tend to run right under the radar, making them perfect little laundromats for hundreds of thousands of dollars of your petty cash.
And remind me again, Agent Huntby, why I should need to launder money when I too am a very successful, multinational, legitimate businesswoman? My Pedro was a legitimate small businessman.
Superla Spa wasn't doing nearly as much business as he was reporting.
Oh dear. First you zero in on poor Pedro, and now it sounds like you're investigating me. Shall I get my lawyer? Shall I go?
We don't need to go there right now.
A woman is dead because Pete Baja was trying to clean up a mess. Do you think it was his own? Or yours?
I think if this evidence is speaking to you, miss, then something must be lost in the translation. Regardless of whatever mess there was, Pedro is incapable of violence.
Miért vagy ebben ennyire biztos? Mami.
Pedrocito got in over his head, didn't he, B?
That's Ms. Salazar to you, Agent Huntby. I do not believe courtesy is too much to ask from an agent of the FBI. But then again, why should I expect anything else from a man who is so clearly prepared to scapegoat a young man like my Pedro? Pedro is not a murderer.
Aren't you afraid you'll leave some trace of yourself behind? A hair or flake of skin? Something with your DNA that we might be able to use against you.
Wouldn't want to make your job more difficult than it has to be. I believe I have made myself very clear to you. I shall not waste any more of your time. Muchas gracias.
Úristen.
What the hell was all that about? I mean, what'd she think she was going to accomplish?
Hey, about that arrest warrant for Baja. Nevada Highway Patrol was able to track him down. The bad news is, he's dead. I need you to meet me at the barber shop. See you there.
2 police officers came by to serve that arrest warrant again. They found him like this. Called it in.
Is that a video camera?
It's aimed right at him.
Végül is vannak durvább kivégzési módok, amit a maffia szokott művelni, úgyhogy ez ahhoz képest elég light.
My name is Pedro Baja. I'm an embezzler and a murderer. I set fire to the Superla spa in order to cover up the fact that, for some time now, I have been fraudulently reporting its earnings. I poured acetone
That's
all over.
fraud.
I cut the gas line and left a muffin to burn in the toaster oven. I wasn't going to do the drywall, but that tool was there, and I was nervous. I swear to God, the place was empty when I rigged it to go up. I didn't know. How could I know that Portia would come by in the middle of the night? I even went to her apartment to talk her into giving me the records she told me about. When she wasn't there, I broke in. It was made crystal clear to me that I needed to get the records, but I never found them. I know it's small comfort, but I apologize to her family and to anyone close to her. I'm so sorry for taking her away. Sometimes a man is called upon to be more than he has been in the past. Sometimes he fails. Please, tell my sisters this. I made a deal with the devil to keep you safe, to give you a better life. I beg you to remember me if you are ever tempted to make a deal of your own. So it's come to this. Goodbye.
So all the forensic evidence supports what Pete Baja confessed to on the video?
Yes, it does. But Pete Baja's confession wasn't for us, was it?
Neither was his suicide. I think he was trying to make amends.
To his queen.
Well, this case may not have
Queen.
resolved itself the way Agent Huntby had hoped. Now he'll have to find another way to trap Salazar. But regardless, you guys did some very good work on this one.
Speaking of good work, I'm glad you didn't have to arrest Brian Reed. I was reviewing his service record, and despite the disciplinary actions, he was a very brave firefighter. Won a Medal of Valor for saving a gymnasium full of high school kids. It's a shame what happened to him. He certainly deserves a second chance.
You know what? I think the deputy fire chief just might owe me a favor.
Ennyi. Komoly, komoly. Komoly kis kész. De úgy azt éreztem, hogy még elég sok shit-sucking lesz, amire a végére érek, de hát úgy néz ki mégse. Kis BRB aztán re.
So this is going to be the brand new La Ventura Hotel and Casino, huh?
Scheduled to open its doors spring of 2009.
They sure don't make them like they used to.
They sure don't seem to be able to make this one at all. First it was the city council, then the environmentalists. Now it's the Bureau of Sanitation shutting them down over faulty sewage lines. Nothing's getting done around here until somebody cleans some pipes.
Jeez, what hasn't happened to delay this thing?
A dead body.
Like the place is cursed.
Construction worker over there called in. I haven't taken his statement yet.
Good to see you. Thought I might be flying solo on this one. Okay, time to go to work.
Come on, Greggy.
Ouch. We'll take a closer look at him when we get to the morgue.
Ouchie!
But where did he come from?
Where did he come from? Where did he go? Koktuszt. Zsügy.
Hardhat could belong to our Vic, but how'd it get all the way over here? Most of those windows are boarded shut, except for the one right above our Vic.
Ja, meg a mellette lévő, úgyhogy amúgy ez 2. De te tudod.
We're from the crime lab.
Na jó.
May we have your name?
Marcus Conchai. I'm the plumbing foreman. Well, I guess I should say I used to be the plumbing foreman on this job. No. I mean, I didn't get close enough to the body to look at his face. I couldn't bring myself to walk all the way over there. It was just too horrible.
Horribilis.
Yeah, that's right. I arrived this morning to pick up my last check. And I looked over there and I couldn't believe it. I immediately called 911. Bureau of Sanitation shut us down because of some faulty sewage pipes, and the construction company's basically holding me responsible. So, yesterday they finally decided to let me go. And like I said, I just came by this morning to pick up the rest of my equipment and my severance check.
Thanks for your help, Mr. Kunchai. We'll be in touch.
I kind of hope not, but, you know, good luck with everything.
Pókhálós az a pillér, vagy ez olyan miért olyan? Nyugodtan fotózgassál csak tovább. Na jó van.
I think we should spend some more time investigating the crime scene. We should try to figure out how the body ended up on top of that cactus. I think we should spend some more time investigating the crime scene. We should try to figure out how the body ended up on top of that cactus.
Hát lehet, hogy talán rálökték fentről. Onnan, ahova föl szeretnék menni. Maybe. Golomb.
I think we should spend some more time investigating the crime scene. I think we should spend some more time investigating the crime scene. We should try to figure out how the body ended up on top of that cactus. We don't need a cast of this.
Why?
Partial shoe impression. Looks as though someone approached the body then tried to cover their tracks.
Hmm. No.
I'll have Robin send someone down to pick up the body. Silver Sierra is a pretty big building contractor in Las Vegas. Looks like the Zachary Lynch is the company's boss. Office is locked. Office is locked.
Office is locked. Locked.
That's a 220-volt cable, but I don't see any outlets for one of those up here.
Obis hosszabbító. Ó.
What is that? What is that? What is that? A little strange, don't you think? If this turns out to be our victim's blood, why was he bleeding before he took a header off the balcony?
Kapott egy maflást biztos. Shoeprintek nem számítanak? Az előbb annyira oda volt érte, hogy nem bírt átengedni a másik területre, most meg nem lehet velük semmit sem csinálni.
Contractors' fingerprints are usually on work cards in the system.
Hell yeah. Jó.
Why do you want to do that?
To exclude you as a suspect, Mr. Conchai.
Okay, sure.
Kösz. Uff. Nem ugyanaz. Hasonló, de nem ugyanaz. Weird. Vír. Nyilván. Miért is lenne bármi? Őrületesen gyors. Hihetetlen, geci. Hát jó. Never mind. Semmivel nem vagyunk előrébb.
Hey, Doc.
Come on, Blinky.
John Doe's cause of death?
Massive internal blunt force trauma. His rib cage is shattered, both lungs are punctured, and his spleen and right kidney are ruptured.
He basically bled out internally.
That's right.
Time of death?
Based on lividity and rigor, I'd estimate 10 to 12 hours ago.
Which would put his TOD between 9 and 11 p.m. last night.
Two very distinct ligature marks. The larger ligature mark directly under the chin here goes all the way around the neck and angles upwards at about 65 degrees. The second, smaller mark is also all the way around, but practically straight back and parallel.
You can clearly make out those two different ligature patterns.
They'll be easy to compare to the separate ligatures, if you're able to find them.
Let me get a shot of those. Make sure you photograph each ligature mark.
Zoink.
Well, one ligature mark might certainly suggest a suicide attempt. Two unique ligature marks complicate matters without actually eliminating the possibility that the victim was trying very hard to end his life. Now, his internal injuries, which ultimately led to his death, are consistent with a fall from a considerable height. But again, there's no way to determine from my examination whether your victim jumped willingly or had some help.
So our John Doe's death under suspicious circumstances means
that until presented with evidence to the contrary, I'm forced to label his death a homicide. Absolutely. Here they are. Got it right here for you.
Give me
Already
that.
bagged and tagged for you.
what is that?
Don't suicide notes always sound forged? Or do I just read too many spy novels?
This one is conveniently typed and neatly folded for us to find. Is there anything else on it?
Ó, bazd. Aj, de hogy Istenem. Tudjuk már nevét. Düdüdüdü.
The victim's blood is on the balcony railing. Seems a little odd if he were just by himself and getting ready to jump.
Oké, mi van még? Suicide note. Including. Nézzük meg előbb ezt. Nem. Nem.
The power cable left the larger of the two ligature marks around the victim's neck.
Hell yeah. Moksa. Bú. Jó, akkor új lenyomat, ez cső. Menj innen, Greg. Ké.
Mark Ensign. Well, we've confirmed the identity of our victim.
Az előbb is lehetett tudni. Másik menüben, amikor néztem.
The victim's prints match the prints on the power cable.
Ez így még mindig elég tré. Uha. Meg vagyok lőve. Nézzük meg a hűlt helyét, hát ha hagyott maga után valami szart. Hát nem. Uh-uh. Pigeons.
Office is locked.
Üdülülü. Catherine. Úristen, Catherine, köszi.
Agent Huntby here has some information he'd like to share with us. It's regarding Mark Ensign's apparent suicide.
I don't know where you're at with this investigation right now, but there's no way Mark Ensign killed himself.
Az komoly.
I think you may be getting a little bit ahead of the evidence, Agent Huntby.
Look, I was this close to turning him into a criminal informant. Ensign was about to go out on a limb, so he was pretty scared.
Scared enough to take his own life?
Absolutely not.
Or aren't you authorized to discuss that?
Look, off the record, Ensign was on the verge of turning state's evidence on allegations of kickbacks and bribes involved in the construction of the La Ventura Casino. He would have been my eyes and ears at the Silver Sierra Construction Company. He'd been working there as Zachary Lynch's right arm for 5 years.
Lynch is the president of the company.
And before that, he was Beatriz Salazar's lawyer,
What's
back
that?
in Miami, about 10 years ago. But we suspect she's maintained the relationship through Silver Sierra.
So Ensign might have been your way to get to Salazar.
Well, with your help, I'm hoping he might still be. Good luck.
Meg vagyok lőve. Jó, van már trend mikro, húzzál már. Tudj. Miért nem lehet alárakni ezt a szart, nem értem. Na, megy! Nagyon hasznos. Very hasznos. Most ezekkel meg nem tudok már mit csinálni. Nyissa már ki, hogy nem tudom, valami legyen már ezzel. Úristen! Ez is miért csak egy ilyen összehajtott dologként funkcionál? Miért nem lehet kihajtani, vagy valami? Miért nincs itt dokumentumok között? Amúgy ez a papír. Miért nem lehet amúgy csinálni bármit is ezzel a papírral? Come on! Gyere! Úristen. Úristen.
A partial fingerprint. Hopefully it's enough to start getting us some answers.
I'm so fucking mad. És erre még mindig nem adja be. Pinch.
Whoa. The fingerprint on the suicide note belongs to Zachary Lynch. What a boss, huh? He even helps his employees with their suicide notes.
Based on what evidence? Lynch touched the suicide note? What else has he been up to? Why don't you go check out his office and see what you can turn up?
Look who's here. Zachary Lynch. You want to talk to him first, or should we check out the office?
Rip bozó. Ooh. Ooh.
Even if files have been deleted, we should be able to recover them. Check out whether this is the computer that generated the suicide note and when it generated that note.
Ennyi, zsebre raktuk a gépet. It's come! Ezé coil. Nem vagyunk elhalmozva bizonyítékkal.
Mr. Lynch, we're from the Las Vegas Crime Lab. We have a search warrant for your office.
Of course you do, but you're wasting your time. Mark was dealing with a lot of personal issues, and I think you're way out of line here, using his suicide as an excuse to harass me.
Excuse me? Tell me this, bitch.
I talked to Mark on the phone last night. He sounded awful, worse than I'd ever heard him. I told him he needed to take some time off, clear his head. So we planned to meet this morning to discuss the details of a temporary leave of absence. But when I got here, I found him, and I found his note, and I read it. And then I put it back where I found it.
Haha, ja.
I should have, I know that, but La Ventura has suffered delay after delay, and I just needed to take some time to figure out what I was going to do next. How I was going to explain to my investors that our lead man on the job was dead, that he had taken his own life. Do you understand what I'm talking about? It just doesn't inspire a lot of confidence in my company's ability to finish this very expensive, highly anticipated project. I went home, poured myself a drink, and waited. I guess I was waiting for a conversation like this, with people like you.
Oh.
Whatever it takes to get this over with.
Még biztos jó nagy para lehet. Találni egy hullát, meg a tököm tudja, ilyen dolgok. Ez sok szar, hogyha így egyszerre történik.
Blood on my keyboard? It could be Mark's, I guess.
We're done for now, Mr.
Meglátjuk, hogy az övé volt-e vagy nem.
Yeah, I wouldn't dream of it.
Nem menj messzire, kis csáó. Puput. Mennyi ez? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah. Volt már.
Blood on the keyboard belongs to Mark Ensign.
Szerencséd. Szerencséd volt, kis csávó. Víruskeresés
So the last
mindenképpen.
document created on this computer was the suicide note, but it was created nearly 8 hours after Mark Ensign died.
Idiots. Na jó, faszom. Miért nem lehet? De... Kitesz ez a case. Hát Getsz, ki vagyok, mint a szar. Hát most meg ki lett derítve. Miért nem lehet konfrontálni az embert azzal a bizonyítékkal, ami kiderült a számítógépről, hogy... Vagy mi a... Nem tudom, bazd meg. Miért nem lehet új lenyomatot venni akkor erről a szarról? Ezt kell kitenni. Úgy ilyen egy pixeles helyek vannak dolgokat megtalálni.
Zachary Lynch's fingerprints in blood on his computer keyboard. Now that's incriminating.
Now that's incriminating. Hülyét kapok.
What do you got in the way of evidence? A print in the victim's blood. That'll do it. I'll bring him in.
We found your fingerprints in blood on the computer keyboard in your office.
So what? I already told you I found Mark, and I picked up his suicide note. There was blood everywhere.
And then you told us you left the construction site. You didn't mention going back to your office first.
Are you serious? Look, I wasn't keeping a record of my every movement, so yes, I went back to the office. And I went to the computer to check on where Mark had left everything. And then I went home. How dare you ask me that question? No, I didn't write Mark's suicide note.
Akkor miért van 8 órával később megírva az a levél, mi?
Turns out that Mark Enson's suicide note was printed from your computer after the time of death. Care to explain that?
Oh my god. This is not what it looks like.
Really? Because it looks like you did a very bad job trying to make a murder look like a suicide.
I didn't kill Mark. All I did was frame a guilty man.
What's that supposed to mean?
Mark killed himself. He jumped off that balcony. I don't think there's any question about that. But just in case there was going to be some question about it, I didn't want you guys snooping around my property for God knows how long looking for a killer. So I planted the suicide note, hoping you guys would just think it was an open and shut case.
That is one of the dumbest stories I've ever heard, Mr. Lynch. Not only is it an admission of obstruction, but it doesn't even begin to give you an alibi.
Dum-dum.
No one I can think of off the top of my head. But, you know, Mark was starting to alienate a lot of folks. He was starting to act crazy, manic, impulsive. I mean, the night he died, he must have called up some subcontractor out of the blue and hired him without my approval to completely rip up the lobby and then plant that weird native cactus garden. But who the hell do you call after business hours to plant a damn garden? I don't know, but maybe that guy knows something about what happened to Mark.
Wait, you're telling us that that cactus isn't supposed to be there? Maybe we need to take a closer look at that garden.
We can sit here and you can continue to harass and try to intimidate me, but seriously, I have nothing more to say to you people. You want to know my alibi? Why don't you just ask Agent Huntby? Oh yeah, I know him. We actually haven't had the pleasure of a formal introduction, but let's just say we have mutual friends, and some of his friends have been tailing me for the last 6 months. Maybe they'll have some pictures for you. Maybe a recording, video. I understand they like to do that sort of thing. They're kinky like that. Absolutely not. I never laid a hand on Mark.
Look, Agent Huntby, I'm fine with you and the feds piggybacking on our investigation, but when you have information we need, you need to share it with us immediately.
I appreciate your position, Jim. I do.
I don't
but...
give a damn what you appreciate. I want to know why we may be wasting our time interrogating a suspect if you already know he has an alibi.
I'm trying to tell you it wasn't my call. There are protocols for sharing information. Yes, we are, but I'm not in charge of that particular operation. Well, according to the field report, Lynch returned home from dinner at 3 a.m. No further movement was observed inside his house until the following morning. No. And the truth is, I can't confirm Zachary Lynch's whereabouts at the time of Mark Enson's murder.
Why not?
This morning, Lynch apparently gave our surveillance team the slip.
So you trying to tell us that you don't trust your men?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to tell you, Jim. Off the record, that is. On the record, I should tell you to go to hell.
Looks like we can't be sure whether Lynch was at home or not. Maybe it's time we looked at our crime scene a little more closely.
Ez a bohóc segítség.
But I didn't do anything.
Your fingerprints will help prove that.
All right.
Meg amúgy itt mászott ki az az ember a videóba. Tudom, hogy csak egy rekonstrukció, de akkor is.
Let's get this to the lab and find out what kind of plant it is.
Gyomnövény, bazd. Let's go, dude! Mikor ezen is van valami, amit nem vettem még észre, de hát ezt már végig taperáztam az egészet. Pixel by pixel.
Well, from the smell of it, I bet I can guess what that is. And if it's some sort of specialty fertilizer, then maybe we can connect it back to a specific manufacturer or distributor.
It's shit!
Check this out. So I was doing a little background on this ash metal gum plant, and I found these articles related to the building of the La Ventura Casino. It seems that an environmental group called Primeval won a temporary injunction against Silver Sierra's construction of La Ventura. It was seeking a supplemental environmental impact report on the ash meadows habitat, which Primeval claimed was being threatened at the building site. But it looks like an appeals court overturned the injunction.
Excuse me?
This is a high-grade synthetic fertilizer. It's rare enough that Brass should be able to contact the manufacturer and get a record of the people to whom they sell and ship their product. We should swing by his office.
The gavel of justice. Wap, 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 wap. Menj már! Mi a rákom ez?
These records aren't exactly up to the minute, but they confirm Marcus Kunchai was employed at La Ventura.
That is something.
I'm on it.
Thanks, Dad.
Obrera's lawyers were very cooperative. Unfortunately for us, there was only one buyer who purchased the fertilizer in our area. About 6 months ago, a nursery called Green Growth Plants.
Turns out that nursery is owned by a man by the name of Todd Stewart.
Todd Stewart?
We can't prove it yet, but we suspect he's connected to a group called Primeval. We think he's a terrorist, an eco-terrorist.
Sheesh.
Todd Stewart, we'd like to ask you a few questions.
I'm a little confused. Am I in some kind of trouble here?
Your name came up during the course of a homicide investigation.
Homicide? Who got killed?
Construction foreman over at the La Ventura site. His name is Mark Ensign.
No, I don't. No, sir, I don't. Not that I know of. No, I'm sorry.
You know, build a garden? Maybe water some plants?
No, no one ever has. And I would never accept a job like that, even if it were offered to me.
Their money no good for you?
Do we really need another casino in Las Vegas? Really? For that matter, do we really need another gated housing community or a freeway? When is this gonna stop? Not to get on my soapbox here, but I do consider myself to be a very active environmentalist, and I can't stand to bear witness to what we are doing to literally exterminate our planet. She truly is our Mother Earth, and we owe it to her to do whatever we can to keep her safe. Yes, I am familiar with them, and I already know what your next question is gonna be.
Are you a member of Primeval, Mr. Stewart?
No, I am not a member, but I will be honest with you. I believe in their cause, I do. This runaway train of so-called progress must be derailed somehow, otherwise this beautiful planet will die. And if protecting our planet sometimes means resorting to guerrilla gardening, so be it. It falls right in line with the traditional practice of civil disobedience.
Well, you may not be a member, but it kind of sounds like you might have pledged a few dollars over the years.
I often wish I had. And I bet you wish I had. Because that would mean you could arrest me right now for helping to finance a terrorist group. But the sad truth is, I don't have the courage of my convictions. I'm just a gardener. Of my shoe? Why?
Is there a problem, Mr. Stewart?
I got a problem with you playing fast and loose with my rights. But you know what? Let's just get this whole thing over with. Take my whole damn shoe if you like.
Fuck.
Thanks for showing us the bottom of your shoe, Todd.
You gotta be kidding, right?
We don't even need to draw your blood. Just a swab to the mouth will do. Totally painless.
But why?
We'd like to be able to exclude you as a potential suspect.
Come in a cup.
You guys really are a piece of work. Whatever, take it. You know I did. That's why I'm here, isn't it?
Anyone else have access to it?
Yes, I have several people who work for me. Haven't we been over this? No, I've never been to the La Ventura site.
Fertilizer miért nincs ott?
What? No, I've never heard a living soul.
Oh shit.
The shoe print we found at the crime scene is a match to Todd Stewart's shoe impression.
Meg amúgy is miért ilyen lothólos ez kibaszott. Kész.
Haven't we been over this? No, I've never been to the Laventura site.
That's your shoe print at La Ventura, in the middle of the native garden, right where we found the body of Mark Ensign.
I didn't kill anybody.
Todd, it's time to come clean. Mark Ensign caught you vandalizing the property. He caught
Got
you
the
in
crap,
act, didn't
bitch.
he? You struggled, and you killed him.
All I did was plant the garden. My mission was to restore the ash metal to its rightful place. It had been smothered by the monstrosity of that building, and I put it right back where it belongs. And that's all I did, I swear. I have no idea what happened to Mark. He was alive when I left him.
Well, now it sounds like you knew the victim.
Got the crap.
It wasn't like we were friends or anything. I approached him, introduced myself, and appealed to his sense of justice for the planet. I asked him if he fully understood the havoc the building of Laventura was wreaking on the native environment of the Las Vegas Valley, the genocide of the ash metal. That was over 6 months ago, and he totally blew me off. But then last week, he actually called me.
He invited you to tear up his lobby?
See, you're trying to perpetuate the big lie. It wasn't his lobby. He was an employee. It had nothing to do with him. He was just a cog in the machine that is this whole consumer capitalist corporate complex, and somehow Mark finally got it. It was like he found God. Total conversion.
Really? Next, you'll be telling us Mark started writing checks out to Primeval.
Look, this operation had nothing to do with Primeval. It was my own initiative, and Mark turned out to be my greatest ally. I finished setting the garden around 9 p.m., but before I left, another construction worker had shown up. I think he was the plumbing foreman. They started discussing the Bureau of Sanitation halted construction. And then they started to argue. Kept hearing them mention this guy named Lynch like he was their boss or something. But they were really fighting over some money, some cash left in a safe. Apparently it was a lot of cash, and the plumbing guy thought he was entitled to it. And I guess Mark didn't think so.
Was this plumbing guy's name Marcus Kunchai?
Mark kept yelling Marcus this, Marcus that, but I didn't catch the guy's last name.
Uh-oh. Under that fucking rug, you idiot.
From their argument, it sounded like it was right up there in their office, under a rug.
Ugh.
What? No, I've never heard a living soul.
Just like Captain Jack searching for the buried treasure.
Direkt megbaszkuráltam ezt a részt, amikor itt voltam. Mert úgy adja magát, hogy ott van egy full random szőnyeg. Úgy.
That's interesting. I don't think this fiber is from the rug. Well, whatever cash was here is gone now. Looks like it could have been a lot. I wonder whose laptop this is.
Aha, plumbing foreman, hova tűntél, kis csávó?
Mr. Kunchai, we'd like to ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind. Maybe take a quick look around your office.
I do mind, actually. Do you have a search warrant?
Well, we can get one if we need to.
How could you get one? I haven't done anything wrong. You can't just barge in here on a scavenger hunt. I know my rights.
Look, we can do this one of two ways, Mr. Kunchai.
Please, spare me. I say we go for the hardest, most pain-in-the-ass, constitutional way for you guys. Okay? How about that? You come back with a warrant, or you don't come back at all.
Mr. Kunchai.
You come back with a warrant, or you don't come back at all.
Okay, bitch. Elképesztően steril. Hihetetlen.
There are two interesting files here. Looks to me like a ledger of bribes, created by Ensign and signed off by Zachary Lynch. But it'll be difficult to prove. Wait a second. Marcus Kunchai lied to us. He told us he was there picking up his last check when he found Mark Ensign's body. But according to this payroll file, Kunchai was fired a week ago. Okay, maybe Todd Stewart was telling us the truth. If Kunchai felt entitled to the cash in the secret safe as a kind of severance package or hush money, then maybe he wasn't going to take no for an answer.
What evidence do you have? Good work. You got your warrant.
Back to the fucking lab. What?
That fiber is from an industrial use glove. What do you think? Maybe the kind of glove used by a plumber?
Haha. Haha.
Hello, Marcus. Told you we'd be back. With a search warrant.
Well, I'm telling you, you're wasting your time.
Hmm.
Drain snake, huh? That could definitely be used to strangle somebody. Does it have any kind of distinctive pattern?
Csőrény. What wide? Leave door open. Ennyi? Ez az egyetlen egy dolog volt itt?
Mr. Kunchai.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Nice find. Look familiar to you?
Oh. Now you're fucked, homie.
This drain snake left the smaller ligature mark around Mark Ensign's throat.
Murder weapon.
The fiber on the drain snake matches the fiber we found in the safe, and they're both from a pair of industrial use gloves.
Based on what evidence? Looks like we may have our killer.
Idiot!
You really think I killed Mark, don't you?
Most of the time, Marcus, we just try to let the evidence do our thinking for us.
I was fired yesterday. Okay, yes. Technically, I was let go last week.
Technically, you're a terrible liar, Marcus.
Idiot.
Hold on. Mark never wanted to fire me. Lynch told him he had to. You know, because of all the trouble with the Bureau of Sanitation. I mean, that was totally my bad, but Mark tried to defend me and keep me on the job.
Marcus, stop wasting our time here. I'm pretty sure I can figure out what really happened between you and Mark. Mark fires your ass. And maybe you come back to beg him to give you your job back, or maybe not. But you definitely come back for a little cut of that cash your boss's boss is keeping in that safe. Mark tells you to go to hell, but come hell or high water, you're gonna get that money. Mark put up quite a fight, didn't he? You just weren't strong enough to squeeze the life out of him, so you had to push him over the balcony. Personally, I think you got lucky.
Are you crazy? That never happened. I mean, some of it did, but damn, you're twisting me all around in my head here. Please, just give me a second. Yeah, we fought over the money, but I'd actually come back there just to ask for my job back. I mean, I'd even left all my tools and stuff all over the site because I figured Mark would still let me do some side stuff, you know, off the books.
But he said no to that too, right?
Yeah, he said no. He told me he was done with all the shenanigans of La Ventura and Silver Sierra. He was gonna quit, start over. So I said, great, let's both take the money and run.
How'd you know about the money, Marcus?
It was the worst kept secret on the property. Guys used to call it the tip jar. I can't believe you guys were never able to bust Lynch and Company. And the way they used to kick back and bribe.
Okay, let's stay focused on you right now, Marcus. You admit that you and Mark argued. Then it escalated.
No, it didn't escalate. Mark was right. The money in the safe was blood money. I told him I didn't care, but I was just being a little bitch. Then I decided to give up on the whole thing. It was stupid. I left, and Mark was alive when I did. All right, I get it. Look, I haven't been entirely straightforward with you guys. I was
I know
with
this,
Mark the
bitch.
night he died.
Recognize your work, Marcus?
I didn't do this.
We're going to hold you in custody at least until we process this evidence.
Okay, do what you need to do. I swear, I'm innocent.
Innocento. Oh my goodness. Oh boy, oh boy. Biztos, hogy ez ugyanaz. Ennyi, nem is kommentálja. Azt mondjuk komoly. Ó, itt is van egy DNS pluszba. What? 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 Oh oh. Oh oh. Odd.
The epithelials inside the glove are Todd Stewart. That means Todd must have been the last person to wear Marcus's gloves.
Sheesh. Mondjuk bevallotta a srác, hogy széthagyta a cuccait, úgyhogy simán használhatta az madárarcú. Nem ezzel szerettem volna beszélni. Daddy!
What do you got in the way of evidence? Stewart's DNA was found in the glove that handled the murder weapon. I can work with that.
Listen up, bitch.
You know, I think I'm just about done talking to you guys. I tried to be as cooperative as I could, but I got a lawyer now, and I'm making bail and walking out of here in about 5 minutes.
No, in 5 minutes, you're going to be making another call to your lawyer.
What are you talking about? I told you, when I left him, he was fighting with that plumber. Why aren't you out looking for him? I didn't do a damn thing to Mark.
We found a unique fiber on one of the weapons used in Mark Enson's homicide. It matches the fibers woven into the plumbing foreman's gloves.
And you know what epithelials are, Todd?
They're skin cells.
Well, check out the big brain on Todd. The skin cells we found inside the plumbing foreman's work gloves. Those are yours.
You're wrong. I've never seen those gloves before in my life. You need to retest them, or whatever the hell you guys do with that kind of garbage in the lab.
Idiot.
I didn't steal anything.
We recovered another stray fiber, this one from inside the safe, and it also matches the fibers in the work gloves.
So what?
Oh, give it up, Todd. It's over.
Is that why you two fought?
Is that why you had to kill him?
This is a setup. I'm being framed. Maybe I used someone else's gloves when I was doing the gardening, but I swear, I didn't use those gloves to kill Mark Ensign. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. It is its natural manure.
Excuse me?
There was $25,000 of cash in that safe. Mark said it was blood money, and he was right. But he didn't understand that I could redeem it, that it could be used to further the cause. Mark just refused to hear me. I grabbed a drain snake out of a tool belt that was just lying around up there on the balcony, and I really thought I'd killed him. I don't know what got in my head to try to make it look like Mark had hanged himself. Seemed like a good idea at the time. But Mark woke up, and at that point, what else could I do? The truth is, a sacrifice was necessary for the greater good.
Well, you want to know another inconvenient truth, Todd?
You're under arrest.
You're under arrest for the murder of Mark Ensign.
Fuck you! Hú, bakker. Azért ez amilyen brutál nehéz volt az elején. A hülye janky rendszer miatt ahhoz képest nagyon, nagyon jó lett a befejezés. Let's go. Ki ne fagyjál.
That's Mary Marst, isn't it?
Her reputation preceded her, didn't it?
Well, it isn't every day a spoiled heiress becomes the acting CEO of an international hotel conglomerate.
That's true. The Marst Corporation. Mary was certainly Daddy's little girl.
Jesus.
Well, this family has seen its share of tragedy recently. What is it, 2 years ago, Frank Marst and his wife Ellen died in a skiing accident over in Europe? Then Frank's will hands over the family business to Mary, only to have her nearly die in a car accident. She suffered second and third degree burns all over her body. I don't think she was expected to live, and that was over a year ago.
Well, you gotta hand it to her. She always defied expectations. She was pretty tough.
So tough, maybe someone just got tired of waiting.
Uh-oh. Nick.
Mary's hospice nurse and her stepsister Jane Barrett found her like this. I'll let you guys go to work. If you need anything, you know where to find me.
Okay, partner. Ready when you are.
Hello, partner.
So once we've processed the scene, we'll call Robbins and arrange for the body to be transferred to the coroner's office. We'll get a better look at the body at autopsy.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen one of these before? It's a device used with an IV to monitor a patient's dosage of medication. So it looks as though if Mary were experiencing some pain, she could just push this little button here, and the regulator would release a dose of morphine into her IV. You see this?
Yoink.
There's a serial number right along the broken seam here. So if we put these pieces back together at the lab, we should be able to read it. Bottle of morphine. So there has to be a switch inside that regulator unit which prevents a patient from overdosing. Now that's an excellent print.
Excellent.
Excuse us, miss. We're at the Las Vegas Crime Lab. We'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. Starting with your name, please.
I'm Pauline Liu. I'm Mary's hospice nurse, but I suppose you might have been able to guess that from the uniform.
Getting smart already.
That is, or was, the unit which regulated Mary's morphine dosage. The mobility in the two fingers on her left hand allowed her to press the button on the regulator. By breaking the regulator, there'd be no control over how much morphine Mary was receiving. There'd be no way to monitor it. If Mary pushed the button too often, then a small safety latch inside the regulator would engage. The latch blocks any further signals into the mechanism dispensing the morphine. It's what prevents an overdose.
Hmm.
Yes, and Miss Barrett, that's Mary's stepsister. She and I found Mary. Like this. About 7:45, I think. Miss Barrett visits us every Sunday and she usually arrives by 10 o'clock, but today she was early. She rang the bell about 7:30. Miss Barrett and I were together when we came into the room and found Mary just like this. I was just devastated. No, it's just not physically possible. Mary was burned over 75% of her body, and we're talking about burns which were second and third degree. The scar tissue is so extensive, her mobility had been limited to 2 fingers on her left hand.
Shit.
It's hard for me to say this, but I do believe Mary wanted to die. It's a miracle she survived the car accident, but the quality of her life from that moment on was extremely poor. It's difficult to imagine just how much physical pain she was in on a daily basis. We did as much as we could to ease that pain, but I know she's in a much better place now.
Could she talk at all?
No, the damage to her vocal cords was too severe. And she couldn't move enough to sign either. Miss Barrett once purchased a computer for Mary so she could literally talk through it. But even though you could operate the voice software with the touch of a button, Mary showed no interest in it. Are you familiar with the Nightingale Pledge? It's an oath nurses take, like the Hippocratic Oath. Part of it goes, I will abstain from whatever is deleterious and mischievous and will not take or knowingly administer any harmful drug. So in answer to your question, no, I did not assist Mary in ending her life. I have a small room at the house. Family prefers I refer to it as the chalet. Anyway, when the family hired me, it was with the understanding that Mary required 24-hour care. I can't remember Mary ever having a call button, actually. I used to just check in on her 4 or 5 times a night. But I stopped doing that a few months ago when the doctor was able to adjust the regulator to administer a dosage which allowed her to sleep peacefully through the night. I should have never have stopped checking in on her. Maybe I could have saved her. No, Mr. Barrett, I mean John, Mary's brother, well, stepbrother, actually. I'm sorry, it's a little confusing. He lives in the chalet. He told me he moved in right after they decided to check Mary out of the hospital. She hadn't been expected to live very long, and they thought it would be nice for her to live out the rest of her days looking out over the waters of Lake Merritt. He spent a lot of time with her every day, talking to her, reading to her. They were very close. When we couldn't revive Mary, Mr. Barrett got very upset and left the house. I don't know. I took care of Mary, but I was not particularly close to the family. I tried to be as inconspicuous in their lives as possible. Yes, of course.
Look at
Few
these!
impressions? Left in mud. The mud's still moist. Fresh. These muddy footprints have a very distinct tread. Look like anyone you know? Maybe not. This bust is of the late Frank Marst, Mary's father. Looks like it's made of solid bronze. That's good. We'll be able to compare those marks back at the lab.
Jesus Christ. Volt? Nem sok mindenre volt jó?
Miss Barrett, we're with the Las Vegas Crime Lab. I know you're upset, but we'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind.
Of course, officers. Whatever I can do to help. That's correct. Mary's nurse and I discovered the body this morning. 7:30 this morning? Maybe 7:45? I'm not exactly certain. Yes, she was lying almost exactly like this, but the nurse and my brother John did try resuscitating her, so the body may have been jostled a bit. I made sure none of us moved anything else, because I understand the importance of not disturbing a crime scene. Her morphine regulator was smashed. Mary couldn't do that. Poor thing could only move 2 fingers on her left hand. God bless her. I pray she's in a better place now. You'd think anyone living like this would want to die. Not Mary. She was a fighter, and she was a real inspiration to me. When I moved away from here, I thought I'd never come back. But after Mary's accident, I started flying in from LA every Sunday. I swear to you, as God is my witness, Mary wanted to live. Yes, I live in Los Angeles. I work for a public relations firm, but like I said, I fly out to visit Mary every Sunday. Yes, that's right. I'm sure you've heard of my stepfather, the self-proclaimed hotel tycoon. The bust is almost as imposing and impressive as the man himself. He and my mother died less than a year after it was commissioned. They were skiing in the Swiss Alps. I can tell you, everyone was shocked when the living will entrusted Mary to step in as the acting CEO of Marst Hotel and Entertainment. Well, needless to say, no one thought a party girl could take over the reins of a multinational travel and leisure conglomerate, including me. But I have to admit, we were all wrong. Tragically, the very same night she announced her retirement and appointed her successor, she crashed her car.
Shit.
Yes, it is. She was so badly burned, the doctors told us she wouldn't live through the night. I'll never forget the look on my brother's face when he heard the doctor say that. It's all impossibly difficult to describe to you. I mean, first our parents, and then Mary? It was almost too much to bear. But the way she fought, she was stronger than anyone could have guessed. She wanted to live. Mary's nurse let me in, and it was just like my normal Sunday visit. I wanted to tell Mary about my promotion. And then, as soon as I saw her, I knew something was wrong. I could tell by the paleness of her skin. I think I screamed. And the nurse screamed, and that's when John ran in and we tried to revive her. This is the family's chalet. When we all decided to bring Mary back here to spend her final days in peace, my brother John decided to move in too, so he could be with her and help take care of her. He and Mary were very close, much closer than he and I. No, we're not particularly close. Well, let's just say we have very different views about money. Very different values about it. Growing up as an only child, Mary had always wanted a little brother, and John was more than happy to be spoiled by her. I have no idea. He ran out of here and I haven't seen him since.
Thank you for your time, Miss Barrett. We'd like it if you could remain here in Las Vegas until we have a better idea of what happened to your stepsister, okay?
All right, officers. Whatever you think is best.
Húha!
We should compare these footprints to the ones we pulled from the next room. Not bad for a preliminary assessment. What's next? Nurse Lou, we have something else we'd like to ask you.
Yes?
Surely it's nothing. So...
I'll call Robbins, tell him to send somebody down here to pick up the body. And I'll make sure the officers hold the scene for us, just in case we need to come back here.
Let's process the evidence. Ugh, this bullshit.
Same tread, same size. So whoever passed by the bronze bust of Frank Marst also approached Mary Marst in her bed.
What the fuck?
All right.
All
Now we should
right.
be able to read the serial number. I'd collect those bits of metal, too. They weren't part of the regulator.
Yep.
It's a match.
Yep.
The bronze trace we found in the broken regulator pieces came from that bronze bust of Frank Marst. The evidence suggests someone took the bust from the front room and used it to break open the regulator. Then they removed the morphine control inside. Then the murderer pushed the button on the regulator to give Mary an overdose of morphine. If Mary was awake, she would have been forced to lie there and see it all happen. Helpless.
Come on.
That's the record of Mary Marst's morphine usage. Take a look at the line of continuous usage during the last entry. I'd be surprised if that's not our cause of death right there.
That's not gonna reveal anything. Ooh. Protesting without a permit.
So, the print on the bottle matches Jane Barrett. It says here she was arrested 6 months ago as part of a Death with Dignity demonstration in Carson City.
Daddy!
Based on what evidence? Prints on the bottle of morphine belong to Ms. Barrett? Well, until Doc Robbins gives us the results of the autopsy, we can't even think about a warrant. But maybe Ms. Barrett will come in here voluntarily to answer some more questions. No harm in asking her, right?
That's right.
Thank you for coming in voluntarily, Miss Barrett.
Of course, officers. I'm happy to help with your investigation.
Nice cleavage.
To be honest with you, I'm uncomfortable with her appearance. She's trashy. She wears that nurse's uniform more like a stripper than a caregiver. However, John seems to think she does a good job, and Mary approved of her. No, of course not. Mary had already passed by the time I got here.
Boom.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant today. I did change her morphine when it ran out during my visit last week. Euthanasia? Well, it's one of those... In theory, it sounds like something which could be a good thing, but in practice, what scares me is the opportunity for abuse. Kids offing their grandparents in order to inherit the money to buy a new cell phone? No, I'm opposed to it.
Oh my goodness! Miért nincs erről bizonyítékunk? Miért nincs itt ez a bizonyíték?
Even though the family's resources are available to me, I have tried very hard to remain self-reliant. Truthfully, my only indulgence is using the family plane to fly back and forth for my Sunday visits. This is my first time flying commercially. It was more frustrating than I'd expected. It took about 4 hours in actual travel time to get to Vegas. I mean, I could have just as easily driven here. But you don't really need to hear about any of this, right? Sorry.
Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Barrett. We may have some more questions for you at a later time, if that's all right with you.
No, not at all. Please don't hesitate to contact me.
Jár a szája itt arról, hogy mekkora trash stripper kinézete van annak a doktornak, aztán itt van full kirakott csöccsel. Idiot!
Hello again. Still working on your victim, but I can tell you her prelim tox came back with a toxic level of morphine. I should be finished with the autopsy pretty soon. I'll give you a call when I'm done.
Lehet, hogy actually ez az evidence part, ez elég ahhoz, hogy szembesítsem a nőt a izéval?
Thank you for coming in voluntarily, Miss Barrett.
Az, hogy mekkora eutanázia fan a csaj.
Euthanasia? Well, it's one of those...
Miss Barrett, are you aware that your fingerprints are on record because you were arrested 6 months ago at a Death with Dignity demonstration in Carson City?
I wish I could chalk that up to youthful indiscretion, but obviously I was old enough to know better. Suffice it to say, my politics 6 months ago had more to do with my personal relationships than my personal beliefs. I don't mean to suggest that there's anything wrong with the Death with Dignity people. It's just that I wasn't really with them, if you know what I mean. And honestly, having lived with Mary like this for all this time, I can't say I could make a decision like that. Especially because, even though she can't speak, I know Mary wants to live. I know that very much in my heart.
Ms. Barrett, could you tell us your whereabouts for the last 24 hours?
I live in Los Angeles. I come up here to visit with Mary once a week. I flew up here this morning. By that look on your face, I'd imagine you'd also like to know if anyone can verify what I'm saying, but I don't think anyone I know saw me. Oh, wait! Hold on. Actually, I have this excellent home security setup. Superior security systems. You see the way it works? You're either in the away setting with the motion detectors on, or the home setting with them off. They gave me an application for my cell phone that tracks when I'm home and when I'm away. I can send what it recorded for the last 24 hours to you, and you'll be able to see I was home, right up until I left for my flight this morning.
Okay. Send us those records, Ms. Barrett. But we'll still have to authenticate them with your security company. So I just got the records from Jane Barrett's security system from Superior Security. Looks like they check out. According to the records, Ms. Barrett was at home last night at 11. You know, the Marst family is still a pretty powerful player in this state. And it's pretty much an open secret that John Barrett was set to inherit everything when Mary Marst died. Jane Barrett wasn't even going to get a little something for the effort.
Well, being left out of the will is a possible motive, but what do we think about Jane helping Mary end her own life? Trying to give her death with dignity?
Do you know what death with dignity is? It means you don't drool. I think when you have a family with a lot of money to fight over, I don't trust any of them. But if Doc Robbins tells us the time of death clears Jane Barrett, then I'll move on to the next best suspect, family member or not. Vault Insurance Company was only too happy to provide us with their claim file on Mary Marst's accident.
Hey, Robbins here. Sorry if I slowed you down any, but I was finally able to determine your victim's time of death. You're looking at somewhere around 11 p.m. last night. Why don't you meet me in the morgue when you're ready, and we can go over the rest of the autopsy results.
L. Robbins.
Thanks for waiting. Ms. Marst's previous injuries, which resulted in extensive hypertrophic scarring, made my job a lot more challenging than I'd expected. I'm sorry if I've slowed you down any. Just because something walks like a duck and quacks like a duck doesn't mean we shouldn't assume it's a duck. The massive amounts of morphine found in the victim's system would lead one to expect death by overdose-related causes, and I did determine Ms. Marst's cause of death to be asphyxia due to morphine intoxication. Because the extensive scar tissue in Ms. Marst's lungs was hypertrophic, it took a little while for me to distinguish the morphine as the root cause of the asphyxia, as opposed to a more general catastrophic failure of the respiratory system due to her persistent condition.
Is it just me, Doc, or did this autopsy take a little longer than usual?
Well, Nick, it's just been a while since I examined a body with such severely burned tissues that hadn't been a contributing factor to COD.
Nick the Brick.
I estimate time of death to be somewhere around 11 p.m. last night. The problem I had with this one is, if you take a good look at the muscular atrophy, it presents like advanced rigor. These pressure ulcers and skin abrasions also led to some initial confusion over the degree of livor mortis. And finally, once I got Ms. Marst's medical records and saw she'd stopped eating solid food about 3 months ago, I knew I couldn't use any partially digested food to help set her time of death.
Man, you weren't kidding when you said this one was challenging.
Yeah, but that's what keeps the spark alive in this job.
Nagyon passionate.
It's a good question, and I have no answer for you. Now, in a situation like this, where such a high dose of morphine is involved, I look for signs of cadaveric spasm. Because when voluntary muscles are deprived of oxygen due to, say, strenuous activity, these muscles tend to seize up perimortem, and indications of cadaveric spasming, let's say in the hands or arms, would tend to suggest the victim was in the midst of a struggle around the time of death, and I looked for such indications. When I got the full tox report back, it seemed to me that the level of morphine in her system was so toxic, it probably caused her to slip very quickly into an unconscious state just prior to the total collapse of lungs. So, absent any indication of cadaveric spasm, I concluded your victim's voluntary muscles were not engaged in any such strenuous activity perimortem. The more important point here is that whether this was a deliberate act of murder or an assisted suicide, Mary Marst's death was the result of a homicide.
Szóval nem volt annyi ereje áldozatnak, hogy ő tartsa nyomva a szart gombot, ami adagolta neki a morfiumot.
No, it would have been impossible. Her medical records indicate Ms. Marst sustained multiple near-fatal injuries in a car crash. Apparently, she actually inhaled burning fuel,
Oof.
which obviously severely and permanently damaged her vocal cords.
God damn it.
Sure, I collected them for you, as usual. Anything I can do, feel free to take a closer look at the body yourself. Oh, almost forgot. There's a shard of some kind embedded in the back of her left hand. I left it for you to collect.
What? Ja, hogy nem vette ki. Aha.
Scar tissue here is extensive, as well as hypertrophic.
What?
That's the shard I told you about. Hello. Please feel free to take a closer look for yourself. I consider it peer review.
Mi ez, valami köröm? What? Gyors közget megnézgetjük. Jó, hát ezzel nem mentünk sokszorra.
Okay, so this pretty much backs up what Jane Barrett told us. She was home in Los Angeles last night. Pretty solid alibi. You may have something there. Jane comes to visit every Sunday, and every Sunday Mary's morphine usage becomes erratic. The records from Jane's security system indicate there was one Sunday when she stayed home. Now, don't you think it's odd she didn't happen to mention that one Sunday to us? It's also not reflected in Mary's pattern of morphine usage. It doesn't contradict Jane's alibi, but it's definitely worth keeping in mind.
Oh yeah. Úristen. Wow. Hui. Wow. Fuck. Az bullcrap. Mindig jó.
Looks like an acetone and some hydrogen cyanide combined into fibers of an ethyl methacrylate monomer and bonded with a similar but complex polymer of transparent thermoplastic. It's a tiny piece of a cosmetic fingernail. I wonder, when was the last time Nurse Lou had her nails done?
Boom!
That's almost 100% bronze.
Bronz? Ez is bronz. Tehát fixen, hogy ebből van. Az... Köröm... Csak hülye fotók. Nem értem, hogy ezekből amúgy miért nem lehet mintát venni. Well, shit! Szerzünk egy varrantot Daddy-től.
What do you got in the way of evidence? What if we do this? I'll talk to the nurse. See if she might be willing to come down here voluntarily to answer some questions. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Okay, Daddy. Persuade her.
Nurse Lou, we appreciate you coming down here voluntarily to answer some questions.
You're welcome. I don't think there's any more I can tell you, but I'd like to help you if I can. Honestly, I can't say I really know Miss Barrett. When she came to visit, she would seem uncomfortable. But seeing someone you love in the condition Miss Marce was in, well, it's very, very difficult. So I tried not to take anything personally. I don't know for sure. I do know there's an area down by Lake Merritt where the family keeps their boat, and Mr. Barrett, he likes to go down there when he wants to be by himself. Given what's happened, I wouldn't be surprised if he's there now. Mr. Barrett would tell Mary about the boat in the lake and how it was the only real place in the world he could find any peace. He and Mary spent a lot of time together. He would sit there beside her and carry on a conversation as if she were talking right back to him. I wasn't eavesdropping, I just couldn't help but overhear their talks. Or his talking, that is. Mr. Barrett is my employer. He pays me to provide home care for his sister.
Yeah, yeah.
These? Yes, they are. That's odd. Oh, but you know, I did get a nail tip put on my index finger when the real one broke last week. It's been on my hand all week, so I guess I kind of forgot about it. But you can see it's not chipped or anything.
Thank you, nurse. We may call you in if more questions come up.
I understand.
Shit.
That must be our man. Right where Mary's nurse said he'd be.
Nem lebegett amúgy a textúra.
Good idea. We can use the microscope to compare the mold against any prints we find. Yeah, that's a nice boat, but it's not why we're here. Let's stay focused.
Now
John
listen.
Barrett, we're with the Las Vegas Crime Lab.
Okay. Do you think I'm gonna need my lawyer?
We're looking into the death of Mary Marst, and we'd like to ask you some questions.
I didn't do it. What else do you need to know? Sister. Mary was my sister. Even though our mothers were different, that didn't matter. And Mary was the only real member of my family I had left. Now she's gone. What the hell are you trying to insinuate? Mary was a fighter. Most people just lose their will to live. Not Mary. She was an inspiration.
Calm down.
You know what? That's really none of your business.
Uh-oh. That's not a good look, homie.
My opinion? I think you're wasting your time, and mine. My sister's gone, and your investigation isn't gonna change that. I'm gonna let you in on a little family secret. We have a real problem with authority, unless we're invested in it. So any more questions you have, save them for each one of my lawyers. Yeah, give me a call. We'll grab a drink or something.
You're being a really fucking jerk.
The size and the tread patterns match. Our suspect was wearing these shoes. We need to talk to Brass.
Oh!
The size and the tread patterns match. Our suspect was wearing these shoes. We need to talk to Brass.
Miért nem pipálja ki a másikat?
What evidence do you have? This is good. We can get a warrant to search the kid's room with this. Problem we have now is it's Sunday, which means the judge is indisposed on one of several possible golf courses. I'll have to chase him down to get the warrant to search John Barrett's room. Why don't you head back to the lab? I'll call you when I have it.
Nem tudok semmit csinálni már a laborba. That's my problem.
Looks like John's come out of hiding.
What's up, Johnny?
Go to hell. What about her?
How would you feel if we told you we suspect Pauline may have been involved with Mary's death?
Nothing. I feel nothing. You don't know a damn thing. I really have nothing to say to you.
Mr. Barrett, you do realize someone killed your stepsister, don't you?
If you think I did it, then why don't you just arrest me? Go to hell. Please, leave me alone.
Nurse Lou, thanks again for voluntarily coming down here to see us.
Trying to help people is what I do, officers.
Come on!
You recognize him? This is a statue of St. Ambrose, patron saint of beekeepers. The statue belongs to Beatrice Salazar. At least it belonged to her back in 1982. That dried blood there belonged to her husband, Miami drug lord Humberto Salazar. The theory goes Humberto Salazar fell in love with a beautiful teenage prostitute he plucked off the streets of Mexico City. She got the house, the car, and the drug empire. He got St. Ambrose to the head. At the time, nobody could find any physical evidence to tie Salazar to her husband's murder, but obviously, we've come a long way since 1982. And that's where you guys come in. Salazar's grandstanding when she showed up the other day was just for show. Her DNA has been on file for a while.
What are these white, pasty flecks?
Adhesive from an evidence locker sticker. I just need you guys to pull her DNA off this statue, and if you can, that's the ball game. We've got her for murder.
Ugh. What? Mi? Mi? Most ez innen van ez a DNS, vagy most ez mi? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Nothing to collect here. Nice job. Now let's run the sample.
Wait, what's going on?
I'm not sure. Somehow, the proteins got denatured. Cooked.
They're useless. Son of a bitch. What the hell happened?
It doesn't make any sense. The concentration of sodium lauryl sulfate is way too high. But I was standing right there beside you. I saw you prepare the sample correctly.
Damn it, I can't believe this. I'm taking this statue back into my custody, and I'm going to make a formal request to the deputy director and to your sheriff that an investigation be immediately conducted into the CSI's possible malfeasance. Mr. Stokes, I would suggest you take this matter into your own hands before it brings down this entire lab. Tell me something. Are you just incompetent, or did you just deliberately destroy potential evidence?
Shut the fuck up.
I know this sounds crazy, but I think Agent Huntby set us up. I think he deliberately set us up so that we would consume that potential DNA sample in analysis. And he wanted us to take the fall for it. Catherine, we gotta get our hands back on that statue. We need to analyze whatever traces on it, and we have to figure out what the hell's going on with Huntby.
Huntby just left the building, and he took the statue with him. I'll notify the FBI field office. See if they can help us. I think Nick is right. And I'll do everything in my power to get that statue back here and have you retested. But until we can get this thing totally resolved, I think it's best for the credibility of the lab if I keep you off any cases pertaining to Beatrice Salazar. I understand you have another case you're handling right now. I recommend the two of you keep working on it. So, walk me through this again.
Okay. We used a moderate concentration of sodium lauryl sulfate to lyse the cell walls.
Okay. Cell walls open up, allowing us to extract the genetic material inside and prepare it for DNA analysis.
Exactly. Except this time, for some reason, there was a much higher concentration of SLS than we normally use. So when the sample was hydrated in preparation for our DNA analysis, the water and the high concentration of SLS produced a chemical reaction that gave off enough heat to raise the temperature of the water way above 80 degrees Celsius.
Which would have denatured the protein and destroyed the viability of the sample. Agent Huntby is claiming you incorrectly prepared the lysing solution by adding too much SLS.
Catherine, with all due respect to Agent Huntby, I was standing right there when it all went down. The solution was prepared correctly. Now, as we were swabbing the sample, I did notice a trace amount of some sort of pasty substance on the back of the statue. So I asked Agent Huntby about it, and he said it was just some glue residue from an identification tag.
You know, you can create a paste with sodium lauryl sulfate, concentrated enough to have that reaction when hydrated.
I'm draining.
It's Brass. I finally tracked down the judge and got him to review and sign our search warrant for John Barrett's bedroom. It's a go.
This is a fucking nightmare.
Brass had a hell of a time getting this search warrant. Let's not waste it. Stay sharp. This guy may be rich, but lucky for us, he obviously doesn't pay for a daily maid service. Look what we have here. Cosmetic fingernail, which looks as though it's fallen off, and taken a bit of the real nail with it.
Shit. That's a bit of a blunder. Uh-oh.
Perks of the job, right?
It's come!
Dirty job, but somebody's got to do it. Hopefully we'll be able to recover some usable DNA. Nothing to collect here. If we're lucky, we'll find out if she had a partner.
Yes, it's come. Semen! Whoop.
The man likes his shoes.
Yoink.
Blood on the shoes looks like it hasn't dried. It's fresh.
Hello, Fresh. Back to the lab.
That sample may allow us to positively identify who the nail belongs to. It's a tiny piece of a cosmetic fingernail. Matching an unknown to an unknown like that doesn't tell us much. Have we processed all of our evidence as thoroughly as we can? Seems like we might have a test or two to run.
Stop being a fucking prick, Nick. Uh-oh. Oh, jeez. Maybe. Or maybe not. Oh, God. What? Ugh. Oh, no. Fuck. Hmm. Oh no. De brutál ez most. Oh. Oh. Solicitation.
Okay, so not only is Nurse Lou a stripper with a rap sheet, she lied to us about the fake fingernail.
Fake bitch. Fake bitch is spitting facts. What is that? Female genetic material.
Well, hello. It's always the naughty nurse, right? Not only does Pauline Lou have a work card because she's been a dancer at various gentlemen's clubs around town, but she also has an arrest for solicitation on her record. Looks like John and Nurse Lou didn't want us to know about their little relationship. Do you want to tell Brass, or should I?
Oh, God. That's not gonna work. Mm. That's not gonna work. That's the motherfucking daddy. Uh-oh.
Looks like John and Nurse Lou didn't want us to know about their little relationship. Do you want to tell Brass, or should I? It's a tiny piece of a cosmetic fingernail.
Yeah.
What do you got in the way of evidence? Pauline Lou and John Barrett were lovers. Great. So I'd call that motive, wouldn't you? So let me get this straight. John Barrett stands to inherit a fortune. His girlfriend, the nurse, provides him with an alibi, and lucky for her, vice versa. And on top of that, her intimate knowledge of the regulator unit gives the kid a great big opportunity for murder.
Looks like John Barrett doesn't seem too interested in providing an alibi for anyone, including Pauline Lou.
Okay, let's not tip our hand here. If we try and talk to John Barrett first, his lawyers might circle him and the nurse. But if we call the nurse in here first, then maybe she'll be willing to make a deal and give up her boyfriend.
I'm very confused by this situation. I've tried to be very cooperative. Have I done something wrong?
Give up!
Well, like I told you before, I chipped a nail and replaced it with this one I have on. And I've had it on all week. Why are you asking?
Pauline, we found your DNA on a cosmetic fingernail.
Oh, that's right. You know what? When I first broke my nail, I put on a different replacement. But I didn't apply it right, so then I put this one on. In fact, I didn't even put this one on. The woman who does my nails did. But I don't see why any of this matters, because that was all like a week ago. Why are you asking me that? I'm a registered nurse, and Mr. Barrett hired me to provide hospice quality care to his sister.
Pauline, I'm gonna ask you again. What is your relationship to John Barrett? I think you know why I'm asking. Because according to the semen and vaginal contributions we found on this underwear, you and Mr. Barrett were very intimate. At least on one occasion.
It's true. I love John. We've been together for some time now. I met John not long after his parents passed away. I probably fell in love first. I think he was more interested in being distracted. You see, before I was a nurse, I was a dancer. A stripper, actually. It's not something I'm proud of, but it's not exactly something I'm ashamed of either. It paid my way through nursing school. I'd always dreamed of being a nurse. And it brought me to John. But I never quite had enough confidence, or I don't know. Maybe I just didn't have enough experience to pass my certification tests. John was the only one who ever believed in me. He's the most sensitive, caring man I've ever known.
Pauline, you've been telling us this whole time that you're a registered nurse.
Yeah, well, for all practical purposes, I am. It's just that I don't actually have this certification yet, and I didn't want to get John into trouble for having hired me. Look, I swear to God, that's the only reason I tried to hide our relationship from you. Look, all my life, all I've ever wanted to do is be a nurse and help people. I couldn't bear the thought of being barred from the profession for good because of this.
As Mary's nurse, you definitely had what we like to refer to as opportunity. You following me? Okay, now since you and John had a little thing going on, and he stood to inherit the family fortune if and when Mary died, well, that gives both of you motive. What really complicates things is that you've told us two different stories.
I tell you what, Miss Lou. We're all reasonable people. We know you and John are in this thing together. That's why we're prepared to offer you a deal. Testify against Mr. Barrett, and we'll make sure that you do the bare minimum of jail time. What do you say?
No, please, I'm innocent. You've got to talk to John. He'll tell you. We were together all night. I swear to you.
You lied to us, Pauline. Now it's kind of hard just to take you at your word. And since John's not talking, we're really going to need your help to find something to back up your story.
If John knows what's going to happen to me, he'll talk to you. I know he will. He's a very complicated man. Before her accident, Mary gave John a gift. It's a goofy little thing. This little finger puppet. It was like this private joke between the two of them. But then when Mary got hurt, that stupid puppet began to mean the world to John. He would hold it at her bedside and try to make her laugh with it. But last week, the puppet got lost somehow. I'd been cleaning up and I must have misplaced it, but John went ballistic. I mean, you'd have thought I'd run over his dog. Anyway, day before yesterday, I found the damn puppet. I was thrilled. I went down to the lake, down by where they keep the boat, and I was gonna surprise John with it, but before I could say anything, he started screaming at me. And that's when I threw that stupid puppet away. For good. Well, not exactly for good. I tried throwing the damn thing in the lake, but instead I ended up tossing it into the family's boat. Okay, this is the crazy part, and the whole reason I'm telling you this. I think if John gets that puppet back, then he might be able to open up to you guys. He's missing Mary so much. He just needs to have a piece of her back, and then he'll open up and tell you everything you need to know. I'm sure of it.
That's all for now.
Világ leghülyébb bűnözői ezek. Nem volt itt ez, amikor az előbb ide néztem.
Okay, here's that little puppet Pauline was talking about. It's ridiculous. I mean, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it's just really hard to believe this would mean so much to Mary's brother.
Idiot!
Oh, God. Where did you get this?
We understand
Cock
it has
puppet.
a lot of sentimental value for you.
It does. It may seem silly to you, but it means a lot to me. Thanks. This finger puppet, this dumb, ugly little finger puppet, is proof I killed my sister. She gave it to me just before the accident. And then afterwards, you know, I'd put it on her finger, and she'd make me laugh. It disappeared a week ago, right after I made Mary promise me she'd keep living. For me. 'Cause I could tell, in her eyes, she wanted to give up. She was tired. I couldn't let her go. When I thought I'd lost this puppet, it suddenly occurred to me that instead of convincing Mary to stay with me, I'd actually pushed her into leaving. I killed her. Someone else may have helped her, carry it out, but it's really my fault.
John, I don't understand something, and I don't mean to be insensitive, but how would you know what Mary was thinking? She couldn't speak. She could hardly move. How were you communicating with her?
We both knew Morse code. We tap into each other's palms. It's almost like how Helen Keller used to communicate.
Mary knew Morse code.
Yeah. For laughs, she'd tap out the things that bothered her on the regulator button because she knew it would cut off after a certain point. She complained about blisters and cramps. Jane.
Jane?
Yeah. Mary told me every Sunday at some point she'd get so bored when Jane came over that she'd spell her name out with the regulator button. It's like the finger puppet. Stupid, but funny. I really miss her.
We need to get back to the lab and review those regulator records. I think we may have overlooked our best witness.
The victim. Nick de Prik. Kakpapet. Shit. Aj, hol volt ez a szar?
So here's what's bugging me. Every time Jane comes to visit, Mary all of a sudden has this wildly unpredictable pattern of morphine dosing. And I just couldn't put my finger on what was gnawing at me. You know, what could Mary possibly be thinking? And then it hit me. If you were to take Mary's erratic pattern and filter it through the computer as a Morse code pattern, did you see Mary's final message right before she died? J-A-Y-N. You know, Morse code has been in use for over 160 years. It only ceased to be an international standard for maritime communication in 1999. And for some reason, I remember when the French Navy ceased using Morse code in 97. The final message transmitted was, "Calling all. This is our last cry before our eternal silence." Let's go talk to Brass.
Based on what evidence? I mean, this isn't exactly a smoking gun. Jane Barrett may have had opportunity, but as far as we can tell, she hasn't got a motive. Now, our little John and Nurse Lou, they have motive. I'll see what I can do, but now that John's more willing to cooperate, why don't we talk to him and see if he lets something slip?
Look, officers, this is a really terrible time for me right now. I'm sorry for lashing out at you. I realize you're just doing your job. I lied to you about one thing. If someone did this to Mary, I want to know who. I'll help you. In any way I can. Ask me whatever questions you need. I could talk about Mary all day if you wanted me to. That Pauline wasn't actually a registered nurse? Yeah, Mary knew. She didn't have a problem with it. She liked Pauline a lot. She also knew how I felt about her. I think Mary probably thought I could do better than an ex-stripper, but she was happy that I was happy. Everyone knew we were a couple, including Jane. I love Pauline, and I know she would never do anything to hurt Mary. And even if Mary had wanted Pauline to help end her life, I mean, even if Pauline had found some way to communicate with Mary about that, she would have come to me first. Whatever you think you have on Pauline, I'm telling you, you're wrong. Pauline doesn't know Morse code. How could Mary have asked her? I know you probably think I'm blinded by love or something, but Pauline couldn't have been the one who ended Mary's life. Jane? My sister and I don't exactly get along anymore, but between the two of us, I'm the one capable of murder, not her. Jane didn't like Mary. She didn't trust her. But then after the accident, Jane tried really hard to make things right between them. No. Pauline and I were there all day. We never saw her.
Do you lock the front door?
No, we don't. I mean, I guess it's possible Jane could have come in without us seeing her. Anything's possible, right?
Plausible. Come on, Daddy.
What evidence do you have? I mean, this isn't exactly a smoking gun. Jane Barrett may have had opportunity, but as far as we can tell, she hasn't got a motive. Now, our little John and Nurse Lou, they have motive. I'll see what I can do, but now that John's more willing to cooperate, why don't we talk to him and see if he lets something slip?
I just did that.
That's all for now. Thank you.
Oh, I overlooked this. Shut the fuck up.
The tread of this shoe is the same size and pattern as the shoe impression we collected from the crime scene. I gotta say, it doesn't look so good for John. The tread of this shoe is the same size and pattern as the shoe impression we collected from the crime scene. I gotta say, it doesn't look so good for John.
Pipáld ki azt is, kérlek. Oh.
What do you need from me? Pauline and I were home all night. We got back around 10, and then we basically crashed in our room till morning. It's not really much of an alibi, right?
Fogged.
Nobody saw us, nobody called us, but it's the truth. I understand you have to ask me that question, but it still hurts. And the answer is still, no, I did not kill Mary.
You see, John, the problem is, absent you having an alibi we can confirm, the evidence we have right now suggests that you had both opportunity and motive in your sister's death.
What evidence?
Well, for one thing, we found a shoe impression beside your sister's bed. It was left in fresh mud. We were able to match that impression to the shoes we found in your bedroom, the ones which still had caked mud on them.
Wait a minute. Think about it. If I was really gonna kill Mary, why the hell would I track mud all over the house and leave my shoe print where you guys can find it and match it right back to me?
You ever hear the expression consciousness of guilt? It means deep down, you might have subconsciously felt guilty for doing what you did.
I didn't do what you think I did. The thing is, I have another pair of shoes just like those. I keep them on the boat. Somebody else could have used them. Somebody who wanted to make it look like I did it. Now, the weird thing is, I keep those shoes in a locked cabinet. But here's the key. Go check it out.
Of course.
Same size and brand of shoe, with mud on them, right where John told us they'd be. Okay, now the trick is to distinguish one pair of muddy shoes from the other.
Oh, fucking God.
The shoe impressions we collected at the crime scene match the treads of the shoes we recovered from the boat. These are the shoes the killer wore.
Uh-oh.
Good catch. That's a very fine strand of hair.
Nem ő. Fuck. Oh my god.
Appearances can be so deceiving, can't they? That's Jane Barrett's hair. You know what? That crime scene was staged. We need to talk to Brass.
Based on what evidence? The DNA evidence puts Jane Barrett right at the crime scene. I'll get your warrant.
I don't understand. Why am I being brought in like this? I told you before I was at home in Los Angeles.
Miss Barrett, we found your DNA at a location which ties you to Mary's murder.
That's not possible. I gave you my home security system records. I wasn't even in Las Vegas. I was home. This has to be some kind of mistake. Didn't you check with the security company?
That's exactly what we did, Miss Barrett.
You, and everyone we talked to, mentioned how you would always pay Mary a visit every Sunday. But when we reviewed your home security records, we noticed one Sunday when your system listed you as home all day.
I have an explanation. That is,
May we see your phone, Miss Barrett?
I'm going to get a search warrant for your home in Los Angeles, Miss Barrett. I'm going to have LAPD turn over the place and tell me exactly what they find.
May I save you the trouble, Captain? You won't find anything there. You have no case. Just because I wasn't home doesn't mean I murdered my stepsister. That's actually quite a remarkable leap of imagination. And I would guess those don't usually play very well in front of a jury.
I just heard back from the LAPD. They searched Jane Barrett's Lost Hills residence from top to bottom. Found nothing. Look, maybe Jane didn't want to risk traveling around with incriminating evidence on her, so she stashed it around here somewhere. All I'm saying is, it's worth looking into.
What? Oh god.
Well, no one will ever accuse you of not being thorough. I'd say you might be overdoing it a little bit, but it never hurts to practice, right? This smudge wasn't on her phone earlier. It's not sticky, it's viscous, like oil.
I didn't overdo it, dude.
Matching an unknown to an unknown like that doesn't tell us much.
Fuck off.
It's petroleum oil with a very low ash content. Looks like the type of two-stroke oil you'd use in jet skis. Good job, partner. You proved that pool of motor oil is absolutely a pool of motor oil.
Come on.
It's petroleum oil with a very low ash content. Looks like the type of two-stroke oil you'd use in jet skis. The chemical impurities in both oil samples match, which means we can put Jane at the lake very recently, but why would she go down there? Unless maybe she was trying to hide something from us. I think we're gonna need something to search below ground as well as above.
Whee! Beep!
Ah, yes. The ultrasound device. It's impressive. But it's also expensive. Let's just be sure we really need it before we start wasting valuable resources. This evidence places Jane Barrett in proximity to that pool of motor oil. Okay. I'll get you that ultrasound device. Let's see if we can find out why she was there.
So this is what Jane was trying to hide. A hammer. She buried the hammer right on top of a wrench, which looks as though it's been down there for a while.
Oh no.
Looks like some kind of softer metal got embedded in the pitting.
It's
on the hammerhead.
bronze, Nick. Oh shit. A szabotáló nénikéjét. Na.
So that piece of cosmetic fingernail that we found in the skin of Mary's hand belongs to her nurse. She lied to us. I wish I could say I was surprised.
Wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute.
These particles are bronze, and they're a perfect match to the bronze that the bust is made out of. The bronze particles didn't come off by smashing the regulator. Someone deliberately shaved them off and planted them. So our killer wanted us to make the connection to the bust, and wanted to make sure we found those muddy footprints right by it. And he or she assumed that if we did, our focus would turn to John and Pauline.
Hmm. So many evidence. Mhm. Nem lehet beletúrni. Mi? Ezek.
Jane Barrett's fingerprint is on the hammer used to smash the regulator. I'd really like to hear what Jane Barrett has to say.
God damn. Jó, minden. Na, megvan minden.
You didn't find anything, did you? I tried to save you the trouble. So is that it, officers? You'll never really know, will you?
We found splinters from this hammer and the shavings of the bronze bust you planted in the broken regulator.
Are you sure about that?
Here's your fingerprint. We found it on the hammer you buried by the lake.
The same hammer you used to knock off a piece of that bust. The one you planted with the broken regulator.
I'm just curious, Jane. Why the bust of Mary's father? Did you resent the Marst family that much?
I hated them. Hated them for stealing my family from me. You know, when my parents died in that oh-so-tragic skiing accident, it made me start believing that there was the possibility of justice in this world. Like God had answered my prayers and punished them for abandoning me. But then Mary took over the company. She was just a stupid little party girl, and there was nothing I could do about it. But as soon as Mary resigned, that very night, I was ready. God really does help those who help themselves. Mary survived her accident, which upset me. Why was God punishing me? But I planned to try again, and that's when I bought that application for my phone so I would be able to create an alibi. But you know, I realized I could just
Slip of the
watch
tongue.
Mary die, bit by bit. It was then that I completely understood God's plan for me. I wasn't being punished. I was being rewarded. And then one day, I found John standing over Mary, crying. Crying and begging her not to die because she was the only family he had left. But I'm his real sister. That very day, I snuck into John's room to find something that would lead you to him and his naughty nurse. I took a chip of her fingernail from the trash in his room. Then yesterday, I used my phone to make it look like I was home. Then I drove to Vegas. It only takes about 4 hours. In the right car, that is. I went down to the family boat, put on my gloves, got John's muddy shoes, and drove to the chalet. I waited for my brother and his whore to go to his room, and then I snuck in. I put on the shoes and took the bronze bust from the front room. As soon as she saw me, Mary started panicking, pushing her regulator button over and over and over. Do you need some help with that, Mary? I cracked open Mary's regulator with the bust, then used the hammer to chip off a bit of it. That part was for you guys to find. Then, oh, and this was the best part, I put the broken regulator in Mary's hands and I forced her to push the button. I looked into her terrified eyes to watch the morphine melt her soul away. And then, she almost wrecked it. She looked at me, and she smiled at me. She was trying to trick me. Make me think she was glad to die. Like this was what she'd wanted all along, as if God was freeing her, not me. After she was dead, I planted that tiny bit of the fake fingernail on her hand. I replaced the bust, returned the shoes to the boat, and buried the hammer. Then I drove home. I got back just in time to catch my flight.
You might be right, Jane. Mary may have been happy to finally be released of her burden. Or maybe she was smiling because she'd been able to spell out most of your name on her regulator right before she passed. I think she was smiling because she knew you weren't going to get away with murder.
Well, we'll never know for sure now, will we?
I do know one thing for sure, Miss Barrett. You may have been neglected by your family.
Evil.
We're going to be paying a lot of attention to you now. Probably for the next 25 years to life.
Very good work, you two. A confession is always a nice bonus in a case like this one.
Technically, 2 confessions. One for last night's murder, and another for last year's attempted murder.
You keeping score, Nicky?
I just think my partner here deserves full credit for chalking up 2 scores. And I think it should go a long way towards breaking up that cloud hanging over the team because of Huntby.
You let me worry about Huntby.
I'm telling you, Catherine, he's
Huntby.
dirty.
Good night, Nicky.
Good night, Nicky. Piu, 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 piu. Ez nagyon állat volt. Ez nagyon brutkó volt. Szétéltem. De ennyi volt már a móka. Bye bye.